Good afternoon to you and welcome to the live proceedings of the National Assembly. This being an afternoon sitting dated the 17th of February, the year being 2024, a broadcast brought to you courtesy of the collaboration between the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit and the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. In the order paper this afternoon, the House is set to consider a special motion on the consideration of nominees for appointment to various diplomatic offices. This motion, a special motion, is by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. They're taking into account the consideration of the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the vetting of the nominees for appointment as High Commissioners, Ambassadors, Permanent Representative and Consuls General, laid on the table of the House on the 16th of February, the year being 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132, subsection 2E of the Constitution, Section 20, subsection 2 of the Foreign Service Act of 2021, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, the House approves the appointment of the nominees for the position of High Commissioners, Ambassadors, Permanent Representative and Consuls General. There are about 13 ambassadors, permanent representatives about 4, Consul Generals 3. Remember that the committee already tabled its report yesterday rejecting the appointment of Mr. Charles Githinji Keiru as the Consul General for Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In the recommendations and resolution is that henceforth Consul General should undergo vetting after nomination by the appointing authority as required by the Constitution, and that the appointing authority recalls any Consul General who is serving without requisite approval by the National Assembly to undergo the necessary approval process. After consideration of that report, the House will resume debate this afternoon on the National Land Commission Amendment Bill. This is National Assembly Bills number 43 of the year 2023 by Honorable Owen Baya. The County Licensing Uniform Procedure Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of the year 2022 by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, is a bill currently at the second stage, popularly known as the second reading, and we expect lawmakers this afternoon to make their contributions in regards to this bill originating from the Senate. Pursuant to standing orders of the House, not later than 3 p.m. this Wednesday, we expect the Cabinet Secretary for Health to respond to questions in plenary. Among the questions are some by Honorable Member for Westlands, Honorable Tim Wanyonyi, who wants the Cabinet Secretary for Health, Honorable Nakumicha, to explain why the ministry is yet to post medical interns who ought to have been posted in September 2023, noting that such delays denies the affected graduates the opportunity to put into practice the theoretical skills gained. The CS for Health will also be required to provide timelines to which the collective bargaining agreement signed in the year 2017 between the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union and the government will be implemented, as well as outline the steps being taken to resolve the dispute and end the strike to ensure uninterrupted healthcare delivery. The Honourable Member for Nyeri Town, Honourable Duncan Mathenge, has questions for the Cabinet Secretary for Health. In the questions, the CS for Health is required to explain the factors used to determine how much a non-salaried Kenyan citizen ought to pay to the Social Health Insurance Fund and how regularly they should pay per year. State the percentage of the salary that employed Kenyans should be deducted from their payslip towards the Social Health Insurance Fund, and further clarify if there is an upper limit on the contributions. The ratification of the African Union Convention on Matters Cross-Border Cooperation is a motion that is lined up for debate this afternoon. This motion is by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. This afternoon, the lawmakers are also set to consider the Land Laws Amendment Bill number 2. This is National Assembly Bills number 76 of the year 2023 by the leader of the majority party. If you're just joining us, the business of the National Assembly is just about to commence. The Speaker's procession is already in the chamber this afternoon. Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, will be presiding over the business of the National Assembly this afternoon, brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. My name is Gladys Mungai. Enjoy your viewing.
Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utasame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, we have a quorum to transact business.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, take your seats. Wamaua. Take the nearest seat, honorable member. Honorable members have a short communication to make in relation to the official opening of the Bunge Tower by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable members, you may recall that on Tuesday, 9th April 2024, I informed the House that the Parliamentary Service Commission was expediting the completion of the Bunge Tower with a view to having the building ready for occupation by members. I also guided the House on the first occupation of the offices, which was to commence on Thursday, 11th April 2024. I'm pleased to note that great progress has been made towards relocating members, and as of Tuesday, 16th April 2024, 58 members had moved in the Bunge Tower. Members earmarked to move during the first phase of the relocation are encouraged to liaise with the clerk to ensure seamless completion of this exercise. Honorable members, appreciating the journey leading to the achievement of this milestone, I wish to inform the House that His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, CGH, President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, has acceded to our request to grace the official opening ceremony of the tower on Friday, 19th April 2024. The opening of this building will mark a monumental step in the history of Parliament, given that members of Parliament have been renting office spaces outside the Parliamentary Square at times, making it difficult to attend plenary sittings and committee meetings. Further, honorable members will also remember that the preliminary meetings and premises of the precursor to the legislature, as we know it today, the Legislative Council, were held in prefabricated structures at what is now the Kenya Railways buildings more than a century ago. In this regard, honorable members, on behalf of the Parliamentary Service Commission, and indeed on my own behalf, I take this opportunity to invite all honorable members to the official opening of the Bunge Tower by His Excellency the President on Friday, 19th April 2024, at the forecourt of the building. The program of events will commence at 9 a.m. and all guests, including yourselves, are expected to be seated by 8:30 a.m. Honorable members, your presence at the ceremony will signify our collective dedication to enhancing the effectiveness of parliamentary operations and serving the people of Kenya. I thank you. Yes, Wandai. On the communication? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, let me thank you and indeed congratulate you and by extension the Parliamentary Service Commission on this milestone. Honorable Speaker, having said that, we have been treated in the past 1 day or so to some fairly negative publicity about that Bunge Tower project. As a matter of fact, in today's media, it is prominently covered, and the coverage is highlighting very, very negative aspects of that project. Honorable Speaker, I actually also listened to none other than Senator Cherargei, I think of Nandi, this morning when I was driving to Parliament in my car, from my car radio, talking very passionately about the status of that building. Honorable Speaker, you know the institution of Parliament occupies a very unique place in this country. As a matter of fact, Parliament, just like Caesar's wife, must be beyond reproach. So, because we have got an onerous responsibility of oversighting not only the executive, but all other arms and agencies of government. So the question then that comes to mind is, when such negative publicity emerges on the initiation and execution of such an expensive project, what do we do to, of course, reclaim our rightful place in society as an institution of Parliament? The questions that are being asked, and I could hear Honorable Cherargei eloquently asking a number of questions, including, has there been a certificate of completion? Has the Ministry of Health given that building a clean bill of health? Has the contractor done so many questions being asked, and apparently being asked again by members of Parliament. So, Honorable Speaker, so my dilemma
I hear you.
This afternoon, even as we await the official opening of this building on Friday, which we must all attend, Honorable Speaker, how do we assuage the public? How do we address these concerns that are coming from the public about the efficacy of the Bunge Tower project?
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Honorable members, the issues being raised by the minority leader, Order Majority Whip, take your seat. The issue being raised by the minority leader has not escaped my attention. Indeed, I have seen, I have heard members who are pouring vitriol, scorn, anger, hatred, and many negatives on this structure. Honorable members, when you elected me your speaker, I did communicate to you that I was going to ensure this building that has taken over 10 years is completed and occupied. I've spent a lot of time and energy to have this done. And for your information, since you elected me your speaker, there has been no exchequer released towards the construction or completion of this building. Not a shilling. But with the capacity that we have had as your PSC, and I've been visiting this building regularly at a minimum of once a week. The building is ready for occupation. The members who are raising concerns, like I had one saying the lifts are not working, there are 6 high-speed lifts, 6 or 5, all working as efficiently as any building you can find in Manhattan in the US. Working effectively. The offices are ready. Furniture has been assembled in every office. There are some that are still going on. The gym is equipped. It's only brushing it up for members to start using. And in the transition, there will be members who may use the gym in the Continental House, and those will go to the new gym. The kitchen and the modern dining is ready. The Commission has decided that we will outsource the management of the kitchen and many other things. Those members who have been pouring vitriol on this process, in fact, may find themselves before the Powers and Privileges Committee because they're saying things without proof. They're saying things that are utterly untrue. The contractor of the building does not owe Senator Cherargei any duty to show him the completion certificate or any other document for that matter. And I want to encourage you members, even in your villages, when you are starting a new home, you can move into your house before you complete putting your windows, your ceiling, and live in it and get it sprouted up to be the modern house you want. We have a stark choice between leaving that building to be a white elephant or moving in, working in it, and making things work as we go along the way. In any event, if we need any money to improve the building further, it will come to this house for appropriation. And it's up to you to appropriate some resources to make the building work even better. I want to encourage you members not to join what in my many public speeches I call rejectionist philosophers on the streets of Nairobi. Let's not join those rejectionist philosophers who will always say, can anything good come from Nazareth? On anything and everything. Yes, Senior Counsel Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to your credit, it appears we are finally going to occupy this behemoth that has remained with us for some time. And I think that, in fairness, when issues are raised, I think they're more historical than current. And Mr. Speaker, I sit in the Public Accounts Committee, and I see my chairman is not here, but it is important to make mention that the issue has actually arisen before the Public Accounts Committee. My only, therefore, contribution to this, Mr. Speaker, would be that perhaps we might consider giving a communication to refer any such matter so that it finds its proper home in the Public Accounts Committee to be considered alongside, and I see my colleagues in the Public Accounts Committee, some of them are here, so that there's a forum for ventilation away from the streets, what you call the rejectionist, those very many English words, but away from the streets, to at least a proper forum within Parliament, so that anyone with any issue, whether it's positive or negative, might actually find a proper place to ventilate. But Mr. Speaker, speaking for myself, the fact that finally, we are likely to occupy those offices is a good thing. And even if you occupy them without lifts up to the 25th floor, it would be a work in progress, because then it will cost those who ought to do that to do it immediately. Exactly. The longer we don't occupy it, the longer they take to complete the works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mama Zamzam, I'll give you.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nataka kuchukua fursa hii Mheshimiwa Spika niweze kukushukuru kwa kazi nzuri ambayo umefanya Mheshimiwa Spika, na si vizuri kuwa kila kitu itakuwa kinapingwa Mheshimiwa Spika. Kuna mambo mazuri pia ambayo tunaona mnafanya na ni mambo ya kupigia upatu Mheshimiwa Spika. Kama lile jumba limekaa miaka mingi, lakini wakati wako umehakikisha kuwa limeisha, na mimi nimetembea pale Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo yako shwari kabisa. Kwa hiyo usisikie fitna za huku na huku, kaa ngangari. Na sisi tunasema Mheshimiwa Spika, yes, mambo mazuri lazima yapigiwe upatu. Lile jumba liko sawa kabisa, ile lift ambayo wanazungumzia ilikuwa inarekebishwa kidogo, juzi nimeenda, iko fresh barida. Na mimi nangoja Mama Mombasa niingie pale, ofisi yangu ilikuwa kama store hapa chini. Sasa tuna ofisi nzuri sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo wewe usichukuliwe vingine, usitetereke, wasikusumbua akili. Wewe kaa hapo kama umekita, tufanye kazi, tujenge taifa pamoja. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Wamaua.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also rise to support my colleagues and say that, Speaker, this one will go into record that during your time and within the shortest time possible, you have been able to make it possible that we are getting into those offices. Mr. Speaker, I'm one of those who have already occupied my office, 1706, and I want to tell those who have not occupied their offices, the place is prestigious, with a good carpet, the furnitures are new, they are good, compared with where we were used to before. I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, since you have also been previously a politician, you know they will never miss these people who are always very negative. And as we say that every market never misses a mad person, move away from those noisemakers. Let us appreciate as members who have occupied the office that you have made it possible that the praise is very and out. We are feeling this is the time we are really members and have been given the best environment ever. Mine is to tell you kudos and continue with the good work. We know it has taken a lot of time, more than 10 years. So getting during your time that we are occupying, we want even to tell the medias outside there that we really love the building. We very much appreciate the time that you have been our chair, and let them report positively, and if they are reporting before visiting the place, let them move in and to represent, to legislate, and do what pertains to them. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Omboko Milemba.
I was lucky, Honorable Speaker, to be elected by the people of Muhaya. In the 12th Parliament, and when we came here, Honorable Speaker, we were told that we will be joining and actually entering that building in the next 4 months. I'm telling you, Honorable Speaker, in this House that the 4 months ended and we finished the entire term without going to that house. And therefore, I want to laud the efforts you've done to make sure that those who have come to the 13th Parliament will have a feel of that house. And I was there yesterday. Otherwise, you'd fall in the caliber of where we were, where we finished the entire term together with Otienda Amolo without entering that particular building. Honorable Speaker, I took a ride underground of the building, and I found, Honorable Speaker, many people are there. The parking was full, and already there are people and members who are there. And I went up to my office on the 21st floor, and I found that away from the good things that have been spoken about, there's also music. You know, I love Lingala and Rumba. There's Rumba. I don't know if some of you have joined the place. There's Rumba playing in the background. It's a great place. We want to congratulate you. And let's move there so that now we start dealing with the issues of office per office moving forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you just need to walk around the parliamentary square to see the changes. That there's a new sheriff in town. From the dining to all the way to the pavements that are being done from where we are able to access the Continental House. When you talk about success, sometimes success is what you see. For those of us who have been long enough in this parliament, the third-term members of parliament, I think we waited for this particular building for too long. Those of us who still occupy our offices in Continental, we share a very small room with our secretaries and all our visitors. And when we are told that building is ready, I think we must celebrate as parliament. The idea of people going to the media, we are a parliament of traditions, customs. There's a way you are going to ventilate an inside issues by asking for Kamkunji through the speaker, both the National Assembly or the Senate, if there is an issue that must be raised for the members. But for what we are seeing today in Parliament, actually, some of us will have nostalgia because we are heading for other offices after this term. But I think those who will come after us, they will feel comfort that there is Parliament and that members will have offices, not contraption in the name of offices. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and congratulations.
Can we leave it here so that we go to other business? I want to assure you, members, even the library we have set up for you is a digital library. You will go to that library and access any book on earth. If you want to read about Leon Tolstoy, if you want to read about Alexander Dostoevsky, if you want to read about anybody, you'll find the books on the digital library. You are going to be allocated personal parkings under the parking bay there. Those of you who want to walk straight from your offices to this chamber, there's a connecting tunnel from the building to this chamber. You will just cross under Harambe Avenue into the chamber to do your work without being rained on or without any inconvenience. So let's reject the rejectionist philosophers on the streets of Nairobi and look forward to enjoying the facilities that the taxpayer has helped Parliament to have. I want us to leave here because we want to transact the business of Nelson Koech. Then those of you who have questions on the doctors and the other health issues, the Minister for Health should be here by about 3:30. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Questions and statements will come after order number 8.
Order number 8, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment to various diplomatic offices.
Honorable members, I want to allocate 30 minutes to this motion. Nelson Koech.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations' report on the vetting of the nominees for the appointment as High Commissioners, Ambassadors, Permanent Representatives, and Consuls General laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 16th April 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132E of the Constitution, Section 20, Subsection 2 of the Foreign Service Act 2021, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011. This House approves the appointment of the following persons. Start with the High Commissioners: Ms. Catherine Kirumba Karemo, London, United Kingdom; Honorable Joash Arthur Maangi, Kampala, Uganda; Honorable Lilian Tomitomi, Lusaka, Zambia; Ms. Caroline Kamende Daudi, Ottawa, Canada; and Lieutenant General Peter Mbogonjiru, Islamabad, Pakistan. In the list of ambassadors, number 1, Honorable Fred Outa, Cairo, Egypt; Professor Anne Kisaku Nangulu, Dakar, Senegal; Mr. Timothy Kaluma Mcharo, Algiers, Algeria; Honorable Christopher Andrew Langat, Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire; Ms. Jessica Modoni Gakenya, Rabat, Morocco; Honorable Halima Yusuf Mucheke, The Hague, Netherlands; Mr. David Kiprangat-Kerich, Washington, D.C., USA; Ms. Evelyn Mwenda Karisa, Havana, Cuba; Dr. Peter Mutuku Madhuki, Moscow, Russia; Ambassador Moi Lemoshira, Tokyo, Japan; Mr. Kenneth Milimo Nganga, Abu Dhabi, UAE; Lieutenant General John Amwangi, Tehran, Iran; and Mr. Abdi Eden Korio, Muscat, Oman. Permanent representatives: Ms. Gertrude N. Angote, United Nations Environment Program, UNEP; Ms. Grace Atieno Okara, United Nations Habitat; Dr. Fancy To, Ambassador and Permanent Representative, Geneva, Switzerland; and Mr. Ekitale Erastus Lokale, United Nations, New York, USA. Consuls General: Mr. Ezra Chiloba, Los Angeles, USA; Mr. Aden Mohammed, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia; and Mr. David Iboko Lokemer, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. And that rejects the appointment of Mr. Charles Gidinji Keiru as the Consul General, Goma, DRC, and resolves that henceforth Consul Generals should undergo vetting after nomination by the appointing authority as required by the Constitution, and that the appointing authority recalls any Consul General who is serving without requisite approval by the National Assembly to undergo the necessary process. Honorable Speaker, I would like to use this opportunity to then refer to the Constitution on Article 132 of the Constitution, which provides that the President shall nominate and, with the approval of the National Assembly, appoint High Commissioners, Ambassadors, and diplomatic and consular representatives. This is further replicated in Section 20 of the Foreign Service Act, Cap 185E. Pursuant to Article 132E of the Constitution and the Foreign Service Act, Consular General, being a consular representative, is subject to vetting. Further, Section 2 of the Foreign Service Act defines a head of mission to mean an ambassador, high commissioner, permanent representative, a consul general, or an officer acting in that capacity. That's why, Honorable Speaker, we arrived at that decision that consul generals should be subjected to vetting, and all those that were posted without vetting are deemed to be unfit, and they should be recalled, and we vet them and they go through the necessary approval process. Honorable Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations is one of the departmental committees of this House, established under Standing Order 216, whose mandate pursuant to Standing Order 2165 includes to vet and report on all appointments where the Constitution or any law requires the National Assembly to approve. Honorable Speaker, the subjects of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations are stated on the second schedule of the standing orders. Honorable Speaker, committee report before the House details the proceedings during the approval hearing of the 27 persons nominated for appointment to the offices of high commissioners, ambassadors, permanent representatives, and consuls general. The purpose of the vetting was to ascertain their suitability to discharge the responsibility of the officers they had been nominated to serve in. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Article 1322E of the Constitution, as read together with Section 3 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Act, which I have stated earlier. Honorable Speaker, your office, pursuant to Standing Order 42-1, made a communication dated 21st March 2024, conveying to the members of the National Assembly the message from His Excellency the President. You subsequently referred the names of the nominees and their CVs to the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations for approval hearings. While referring to the matter to the committee, you directed that the committee undertake the vetting exercise and report to the House on or before Tuesday, 16th April 2024. Honorable Speaker, in compliance with Article 118 of the Constitution, Section 6, Sub-Article 4(9) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7, the Clerk of the National Assembly placed an advertisement on the print media on Saturday, 23rd of March 2024, informing the public of the nomination date, time, and place of the approval hearing. He also invited the public to submit memoranda by way of written statements on oath, or rather affidavit, on the suitability of the nominees. The memoranda were to be received on or before Tuesday, 2nd April 2024. Honorable Speaker, further, the Clerk of the National Assembly wrote to the Kenya Revenue Authority, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, DCI, Higher Education Loans Board, and the Office of Registrar of Political Parties, seeking information on nominees relating to their ethics and integrity, tax compliance, criminal records, higher education loan board payments, and political parties affiliations. All responses, Honorable Speaker, were favorable except the EACC, which stated that it had received adverse reports against 1, Mr. David Kiplangat Kerich, 2, Ekitela Erastus Lokale, and number 3, Honorable Joash Arthur Maangi. On Mr. David Kiplangat Kerich, the nominee as an ambassador to Washington, D.C., USA, the Commission stated that the nominee was adversely mentioned in a matter under investigation involving recruitment irregularities in Baringo County Assembly Service Board. 2, Honorable Speaker, Mr. Ekitale Erastus Lokale, the nominee as a permanent representative, New York, USA, as the Commission noted that the nominee was adversely mentioned in a matter under investigation involving alleged embezzlement of car and mortgage funds in Turkana County Assembly. On Honorable Josh Arthur Mangi, the nominee as the High Commissioner, Kampala, Uganda, the Commission stated that a recommendation to charge the nominee and other persons was made in a matter relating to the National Housing Project to the DPP. However, the DPP returned the file to EACC for further investigations. The committee observed the three nominees was still under investigation by EACC and had not been charged and convicted in a court of law. Article 50, Subarticle 2A of the Constitution provides that every accused person has the right to be presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. Therefore, it will have been premature to the committee to adjudge the nominees guilty of undisclosed offenses when the due process had not been carried out. Honorable Speaker, on Honorable Vincent Kemosi Mogaka, our nominee for as a High Commissioner for Accra, Ghana, notified the Clerk of the National Assembly of his withdrawal from the approval proceedings pursuant to Section 610 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Act, Act Cap 7F. The remaining 26 nominees appeared before the committee from Thursday 4th to Thursday 11th April 2024. The committee examined their suitability based on the criteria set out in Section 6, 7, and 8 and Section 7 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7. The committee focused on their academic credential, professional training, experience, personal integrity, and background. The procedure used in their nomination, constitutional and statutory requirements relating to the office of the head of mission, and the general suitability of the nominees for the appointments proposed. Honorable Speaker, the committee considered the nominees filled the questionnaire pursuant to Section 6.8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approvals Act, Cap 7, their CV, and having had their oral submissions during the approvals hearing, made specific observations on each of the nominees, and the following are the general observations. 1. Honorable Vincent Mogaka Kemosi, nominee for High Commission, Accra, Ghana, via a letter dated 8 April 2024, notified the Clerk of the National Assembly of his withdrawal from the approval process pursuant to Section 610 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approvals Act. Therefore, his nomination lapsed. 2. All the nominees.
Order, honorable members, order. The consultations are too loud.
Thank you,
The
Honorable Speaker.
consultations are too loud. Let's reduce so that we can hear. Those who are holding illegal kamkunjis, break them up and take your seats.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Number 2, all the nominees who appeared before the committee are Kenyan citizens and do not hold dual citizenship in conformity with Article 78 of the Constitution. Number 3, all the nominees committed not to participate in any other gainful employment while serving as state officers as required under Article 77(1) of the Constitution. Number 4, in accordance with Article 77(2) of the Constitution and the Schedule of Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval, Cap 7F, none of the nominees holds office in any political party. The nominees indicated compliance with Article 75 and 76 of the Constitution. They indicated non-existence of potential conflict of interest and committed to declare any should it arise. By the set deadline, Honorable Speaker, of receipt of memoranda from members of the public, the committee had received one submission for Mr. John Katithi Mweke, expressing his support for the nomination of Ms. Caroline Kamende Daudi as High Commissioner, Kenya to Ottawa, Canada. The EACC, in response to a request for information on the nominees, pointed out that it had not undertaken any investigations pursuant to his mandate against the 24 nominees, nor had it recommended prosecution of any of them save for Mr. David Kiplangat Karich, Mr. Ekitale Rastas Lokale, and Honorable Justice Arthur Mangi. The 3 nominees are still under investigations by EACC, have not been charged and convicted in any order of court. Article 50, Subarticle 2A of the Constitution provides that every accused person has the right to be presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. Therefore, it will have been premature for the committee to adjudge the nominees guilty of any undisclosed offenses. Therefore, the nominations to Honorable Speaker met the threshold of the two-third gender principle and regional balance in line with Article 27(3) and 231(1)(h) of the Constitution. 25 out of 26 nominees who presented their academic and professional credentials and made oral submissions during the approval hearings demonstrated their suitability for appointment in accordance with provisions of Section 67(7) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Act, Cap 7. Pursuant to Article 2321(g) of the Constitution, read with Section 7(c) of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approvals Act, 7(f), the committee is required to consider the suitability of the nominees for the proposed appointment having regard to the values and principles of public service, particularly meritocracy as the basis of appointment. The nominee for Counsel General, Goma, and this is where I want honorable members to really listen to me. The nominee for Counsel General Goma, DRC, Mr. Charles Githinji Keiru, demonstrated a glaring lack of knowledge on the position of Counsel General and the station to which he was nominated to serve. As such, the nominee does not possess the requisite abilities, qualities, knowledge, and experience thus unsuitable for appointment as Counsel General to Goma, DRC. Honorable members, I want to beg that I enumerate and demonstrate to this House why Congo is an extremely important station. Kenya's role as an anchor state and guarantor of regional peace and security continues to inform the country's indispensable role in fortifying the regional peace and security architecture. Likewise, the country's foreign policy remains a key cog in the advancement of purposeful regional integration and peaceful coexistence, both central to Kenya's socioeconomic growth development agenda. To this end, Honorable Speaker, the continual promotion, protection, and projection of Kenya's interests regionally and globally has to remain in line with the object and purpose of the country's aspiration, and further calls for a diplomatic workforce that is nimble, fit for purpose, and that is alive to regional geostrategic circumstances. The significance of Congo. Kenya sits on the confluence of the three important regions of Africa. That is the East African region, the Horn of Africa, the Great Lakes region. Kenya's peace and prosperity, and therefore the country's economic and political ambitions are inextricably tied to a peaceful and secure region. In this respect, Honorable Speaker, Kenya remains proud of the fact that the DRC is a member of the East African community. It offers us hope that the resulting trade and investment will improve the lives of the East Africans. We have also used the occasion to integration to pursue long-desired stabilization of the Eastern DRC through the efforts of the East African-led regional force, rather called ECRAF. Accordingly, the importance of centrality of the Kenya's consulate in the city of Goma, Eastern DRC, in the promotion of the friendly relations, as well as advancing Kenya's economic, commercial trade, as well as security interests, cannot be overemphasized, Honorable Speaker. I will try and summarize. Clear, nuanced, and sophisticated understating of the regional peace and security architecture of the Great Lakes regions, as well as thoughtful and vital appreciation of key factors that inform Kenya's economic diplomacy tenets are key components expected of Kenya's democratic agent to Goma. The Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations of the National Assembly regrets that the nominee for the post of Consul General to the Kenya's consulate in Goma has failed to demonstrate the comprehensive range of technical, academic, and professional skills that will be vital in anchoring Kenya's economic, commercial, trade, and security interests in the DRC. Furthermore, given the tenets of diplomatic signaling that inherent in foreign relations between states and desirous in maintaining friendly and cordial relations with countries of the region, deploying the aforementioned nominee to Goma will be detrimental to both the strategic and long-term interests in the region. Honorable Speaker, I will try and summarize. Let me go to the case of Ambassador Moi Lemoshira, nominee to Tokyo, Japan, for instance. Ambassador Moi Lemoshira is a career diplomat and has been in the diplomatic realm. His being in the diplomatic realm reflects a wealth of experience and leadership across various diplomatic missions and within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His tenure as Kenya's ambassador to Algeria, Mali, as well as his leadership roles in diplomatic missions in Addis Ababa, Dublin, Bangkok, and Kuala Lumpur, underscores his proficiency in representing Kenya's interests on the global stage and fostering international relations. His extensive diplomatic portfolio positions him as a seasoned diplomat with expertise and leadership qualities to navigate the complex international landscape and promote Kenya's diplomatic interests effectively. I will also refer to the case of Ms. Gertrude Nyeusi Angote, our nominee as a permanent representative to UNEM. This nominee, Honorable Speaker, was one of the best of those that we vetted. Ms. Gertrude Angote's career trajectory reflects a distinguished path characterized by a wealth of experience and expertise in environmental law and climate justice. As an award-winning senior legal and environmental law advisor, she has demonstrated exceptional proficiency in various domains, including research and innovation and policy and governance. Her roles as a program director and public interest litigator in Kituo cha Sheria, she worked with one of our honorable members, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, underscores her commitment to advancing environmental justice both nationally and internationally. With her extensive background on qualification, I have seen my time is up. I will summarize as such, Honorable Speaker. We must attach a lot of significance to the people that we send to the missions. You will, many of you, if you watched the U.S. ambassador to Kenya, Ambassador Meg Whitman, during, if you give me one more minute, Honorable Speaker, during our pitch in the Silicon Valley, when the president had visited the United States, you will understand why you need someone of that stature as an ambassador. That person is the face of the country. That is the face of the president of the country. What they speak, how they attract investment to a country is extremely important. And as such, we need people that will not only market Kenya as a destination, but are able to articulate Kenya's interest abroad and become the real face of the Kenyan people and the missions that they are representing. Honorable Speaker, I will have had many to say, but allow me to end it there by summarizing that the committee then resolved that henceforth Council Generals should undergo the vetting. I've mentioned that. Honorable Speaker, I will end it there, and I beg to move and urge the House to adopt this report. I now request Honorable Major Retired Sheikh Abdullahi Bashir, my Vice Chairperson, to second the motion.
Yes, where's the Vice Chair? Bashir, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to second the motion that this House approves the appointment of the 25 out of the 27 persons nominated for appointment as High Commissioners, Ambassadors, Permanent Secretaries, and Consul Generals, and equally resolves to reject the nomination of the nominee for DRC Congo. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the High Commissioners and Ambassadors, Permanent Representatives, or Consul General is an office under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs. Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. Honorable Speaker, during the approval hearings, the committee paid due regard to the procedures used to arrive at the nominees. The constitutional or statutory requirements relating to the offices and suitability of the nominees for appointment proposed having regard to whether the nominees' abilities, experience, and qualities meet the needs of the country's foreign service. Honorable Speaker, upon conclusion of the approval hearings, the committee scrutinized the personal, academic, and career background of 5 out of the 26 that appeared before us, who presented their academic and professional credentials and made oral submissions during the approval hearings, demonstrated their stability for appointment in accordance with the provisions of Section 6(7) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approvals Act, Cap 7F. Honorable Speaker, quite a number of them, and if I may just pick a few of them, who appeared before the committee and performed exceptionally. One of them is Lieutenant General John Mwangi, who is actually a former Vice Chief of Defense Forces for the Kenya Defense Forces. Lieutenant General Mwangi actually served over 40 years in the Kenya Defense Forces and has demonstrated that he's an officer with capacity and capabilities to be able to serve in such a station where he's posted, which is Iran. Another nominee is Ms. Caroline Kamende Daudi, the nominee for Ottawa, Canada. This lady is a seasoned litigation advocate, well experienced, and actually demonstrated capacity and skills during the vetting. And that shows that she's capable to serve in Kenya and represent the country in Ottawa, Canada. Another nominee is Lieutenant General Peter Mbogo, who was the immediate former Army commander of the Kenya Defense Forces, a seasoned officer. And these two officers generally, the Lieutenant General Mbogo and Lieutenant General Mwangi, are officers that I have served with personally while I served in the military some years back. And I can vouch for their character and their discipline, and of course, their background and their additional experiences. Honorable Speaker, another nominee that actually performed exceptionally well is Adan Mohammed, nominee as the Consul General in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. During the hearing, this nominee responded to questions posed by the committee with clarity. He has served in various missions within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and has capacity to do and to join the diplomatic corps at that kind of a level. He goes to Saudi Arabia, Jeddah, and I'm sure this is the first time that we have a Consul General in Jeddah, and this is a good step so that he can serve the Kenyans going to Jeddah and Saudi Arabia. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the nominee that the committee has rejected, it is good to note that the nominee for DRC Congo actually did not demonstrate that he has the capacity, the skills, and the competence to serve in DRC. Remember, DRC is a complex country, and that it requires somebody with a lot of capacity, somebody with a lot of educational background, somebody with a lot of experience and skills. It's unfortunate that the nominee did not actually meet the cut. Honorable Speaker, I wish to assure the House and the country that we have the right individuals to steer our foreign policy in the respective stations. We therefore recommend that the National Assembly approves the appointment of the 25 persons to serve as High Commissioners, ambassadors, permanent representatives, and consul generals in the respective stations, and rejects the nominee of Mr. Charles Githinji Kairu as Consul General for Goma in DRC. We further recommend that the House resolves that henceforth Consul Generals should undergo vetting and their nomination by the authority, and that the appointing authority recalls the current serving Consul Generals not vetted for vetting and approval by the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I wish to second the motion and urge the House to adopt this report and agree with the committee. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I second.
Order, honorable members, take your seats. Order, take your seats. Daoud. Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order 8, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations in its report on the vetting of the nominees for appointment as High Commissioners, Ambassadors, Permanent Representatives, and Consuls General, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 16 April 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution, Section 22 of the Foreign Service Act 2021, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House, 1, approves the appointment of the following persons as High Commissioners. 1. Catherine Kirumba Karemu, London, United Kingdom. Honorable Joash Adha Maangi, Kampala, Uganda. Honorable Lilian Tomitom, Lusaka, Zambia. Ms. Caroline Kamende Daoud, Ottawa, Canada. Lieutenant General Peter Mbogo Njiru, Islamabad, Pakistan. Ambassadors, Honorable Frederick Otieno Outa, Cairo, Egypt. Professor Anne Kisaka Nangulu, Dakar, Senegal. Mr. Timothy Kaluma Mcharo, Algiers, Algeria. Honorable Christopher Andrew Langat, Abidjan, Ivory Coast. Ms. Jessica Mudhoni Gakinya, Rabat, Morocco. Honorable Halima Yusuf Mucheke, The Hague, Netherlands. Mr. David Kiplagat Kerich, Washington, D.C., USA. Ms. Evelyn Mwenda Karisa, Havana, Cuba. Dr. Peter Mutuku Mathuki, Moscow, Russia. Ambassador Moi Lemoshira, Tokyo, Japan. Mr. Kenneth Milimo Nganga, Abu Dhabi, UAE. Lieutenant General John Mwangi, Tehran, Iran. Mr. Abdi Aden Korio, Muscat, Oman. Permanent Representatives. Ms. Gertrude N. Angote, United Nations Environment Program, UNEP. Ms. Permanent Rep, Geneva. Mr. Ekitela Erastus Locale, United Nations, New York. Consuls General, Mr. Ezra Chiloba, Los Angeles, USA. Mr. Aden Mohammed, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Mr. David Iboko Lokemer, Dubai, UAE. Rejects the appointment of Mr. Charles Gidinji Keiru as Consul General, Goma, Democratic Republic of Congo, and resolves that henceforth Consul Generals should undergo vetting after nomination by the appointing authority as required by the Constitution, and that the appointing authority recalls any Consul General who is serving without requisite approval by the National Assembly to undergo the necessary approval process. Yes, Kainan. Honorable members, I want us to agree. I had said I wanted us to take about 30 minutes on this so that we go back to order number 7. So if you allow me, can I give 2-2? Yes. Then we put the question. Yes. Is that okay? Yes. Okay, Kainan. Okay, 3-3, then I'll put the question. Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is the interface between Kenya and the outside world. But Mr. Speaker, before I make my informed contribution on this, let me invoke the provision of the standing order and declare that 2 of the nominees, Ms. Anne Nangulu was my lecturer at Moi University, a very able young lady, highly intelligent, and I'm glad that the President has nominated her in order to utilize her expertise in history and governance. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to also go on record that Ms. Caroline Kamene is actually my advocate on record, and I want to thank the President for nominating her as our High Commissioner nominee to Canada. Mr. Speaker, having said this, the history of diplomatic engagements started in 1948 with Westphalia peace treaty between the Emperor of Rome, the King of France, and the Allies, Mr. Speaker. And that again later on led to the Vienna Convention of 1960 again, Mr. Speaker, which provided for the framework of the modern diplomatic engagement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I want to also appreciate the role played by the Nusu Mukate government between 2007 and 2013. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, the pillars, the tenets of our diplomatic engagement, Mr. Speaker, were written and made as part of our written foreign policy, Mr. Speaker, because before then, our foreign policy was just at the whims of the president, the members of the executive, Mr. Speaker, and I really want to appreciate the role you have played at that particular time, and appreciate today the tenets of our foreign policy are written. Mr. Speaker, having said this, our diplomatic engagement over the years has metamorphosed, Mr. Speaker, taking into account our unique regional, international, global interests, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that is the essence of diplomatic engagement. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the President for nominating individuals both from the career diplomats and political appointees, Mr. Speaker, because that blend is what is going to project, promote, and protect our image, Mr. Speaker, in international forum, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the emphasis of our diplomatic engagement has been political diplomacy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, things have changed totally. Today, the emphasis should be economic diplomacy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this premier nation called Kenya, Mr. Speaker, prides itself as not only a peace hub, Mr. Speaker, but also as a security hub, as an infrastructural hub, as a conferencing hub, Mr. Speaker, and as a critical economic hub, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we nominate, as we approve the appointments of these key individuals, Mr. Speaker, one thing that should inform as a basic requirement of the job description, Mr. Speaker, is the enhancement of our economic engagement with the international community. And that should be the basis of their everyday job description, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the old days, during the communist and the capitalist time, we will be required to report on political espionage, on idealism. Those things are gone. What we require is to flourish and ensure that the GDP of this country expands and grows because of our diplomatic engagement. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the members of the committee. They have sifted through. I've seen individuals who are rejected, and I entirely agree with the committee. The first thing that should have formed the basis of the nomination of these individuals, Mr. Speaker, is their expertise and knowledge, not only professional knowledge, Mr. Speaker, but educational requirement of this particular job description, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to thank the committee led by the chairman and the vice chair and the other members for this well-informed decision, and I want to believe with the House to agree with them. Mr. Speaker, once upon a time, this country, which is a collection of many nation states, embodied the thinking, the aspirations of the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, today where we are, in this era of globalization, in this era of global competition, Mr. Speaker, this country has been reduced to just one of the struggling nations. Mr. Speaker, there is a saying in my mother tongue, if you don't solve a problem as a leader, there comes a time when the problem becomes the leader, and you as a leader, you become the problem, Mr. Speaker. And that has been one thing that has affected this nation. It is the high time that we agree with the President that we need to make tough decisions that will catapult us to the next stage in joining the League of Developed Nations, Mr. Speaker. That can only come if we have well-informed, highly educated, and well-seasoned diplomats. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, what I want to say is this. This is a very difficult job for those who have been given this job, because once you are approved today, I want to urge them wherever they are, remain committed to the upliftment, the economic, social, political, image upliftment of the people of Kenya, and that is well to carry us to the next stage. I wish to support this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the committee's report and all its recommendations, Honorable Speaker, including the requirement, Honorable Speaker, or the resolution that all consul generals who had been posted to stations without appropriate vetting in accordance with our constitution and our laws be recalled by the appointing authority, Honorable Speaker, so that they are vetted. And Honorable Speaker, any one of those consul generals who shall not heed to the call to come back and be vetted, then has no business serving the people of Kenya in whatever station they were posted to, Honorable Speaker. Because we must re-emphasize the role and the importance of vetting candidates who are nominated or appointed to positions that the Constitution requires them to be vetted. And Honorable Speaker, I also support the rejection. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the loud consultations.
Order, Karemba and your group. That Kamkunji is unlawful.
And Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of lobbying.
Yes.
And lobbying is okay because it is allowed in all parliaments. But lobbying, Honorable Speaker, there is a way it is done. And I also know, Honorable Speaker, there are groups of businessmen who have been lobbying members to reverse the recommendations of this committee. Honorable Speaker, I'm talking about this lobbying, Honorable Speaker, because the businessmen who have been lobbying members had no opportunity, like the Committee of Foreign Relations, to interrogate each of these candidates. And I know they have been lobbying people on the basis of their ethnicities, on the basis of where they come from, and even at times enticing members with the incentives. And Honorable Speaker, this would be the most shameful thing that we can do as a House, to allow ourselves to be lobbied. Honorable Speaker, I have no liberty to name any names, Honorable Speaker, because I am a responsible leader. But I must protect the dignity of this House as a leader in this House. We must not, as a House, allow ourselves to be lobbied by busybodies of businessmen and women out there to reject a report by a committee of this House after they have done a lot of work to vet all the nominees, Honorable Speaker, including those who had issues with EACC, and members who have bothered to read the committee's report will see some of the issues that were raised and how the committee addressed them. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, when the committee resolves to reject a nominee on the basis of that nominee's competence to the position that they have been nominated to, Honorable Speaker, we must give respect to this committee and its members who are honorable members that they have done their work, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we were all watching on TV, and that is why, Honorable Speaker, I must thank you and the Parliamentary Service Commission for making it possible for all these vetting processes to be broadcast live on TV, so that Kenyans can vindicate this House when we reject a nominee. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say I support even the rejection of Charles Githinji Keiru as Consul General for Goma. Goma, Honorable Speaker, is not a small station, and you've been Minister for Foreign Affairs, you know. Goma is a very important station in our region and in the East African community, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the person that we send to represent the people of Kenya and personally represent His Excellency the President must be somebody whose competence is not questionable. Must be somebody that we have confidence in as a House, that he represents the people of Kenya and the best amongst the people of Kenya. And I want to support, Honorable Speaker, the committee's report in the rejection of the Honorable the Charles Githinji Keiru and the recall of all other consul generals who in the last regime were posted to stations without going through vetting, because our laws, our constitution requires that this House vets even consul generals. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I support the committee's report in its totality to pass those that the committee has agreed that we pass and to reject those that have been proposed for rejection, and to also support those who are being recalled as recommended by the committee, because we will just be emphasizing.
Women Rep Busia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time the hustler government has rejected its own hustler. The description or definition of a hustler is in Charles Gidinji. Even if he couldn't define a GDP, you empower because that was your vision. Take him to Goma, wherever you are taking him to, and give him scholarship as well, so that he can represent the hustler government. How can you tell me that he just reached Form 4 or has limited qualifications? That is the hustler, and that is the definition I understand from where I stand. So I support, and allow me to ask the majority leader not to be so. This young man that I watched, he has a will, and the adage prevails: where there is a will, there is a way. Don't put impediments. So this Charles Gidinji man, I don't know where he comes from, what he has done, but I just know that he did not define some things, but he was smart and had audacity to go there and sit and face these very learned people, and also did not even, he was not in a hurry. So that is the hustler that President Ruto promised. So carry your burden. We are here. We want to support you. Thank you. Hustler.
Leah Sangaire, or is it, no, that's not Leah, Pauline. Sorry, Pauline Lengriz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to add my points on the motion on the floor. Let me take this opportunity first to thank the President for appointing many Kenyans to various positions and to work in different countries. Let me, Mr. Speaker, also thank the committee for the good work they have done, and also for the thorough investigations they have done to ensure that the people who are nominated to the countries will represent this country well and are equal to the task. I want to say that to register my support to the report of the committee. However, Mr. Speaker, I have some concerns. And I want Mr. Speaker to protect me because there's a lot of noise coming. I don't know whether you're able to hear me.
Order, honorable members. Order.
Mr. Speaker, as much as I support the report, I have some few concerns. And my concern, Mr. Speaker, is so genuine. Since we came into this house, Mr. Speaker, in August last year, we have been passing and supporting candidates who have been appointed to various countries. Mr. Speaker, as much as we belong to the larger Maa community, we have never sat in this house, and my colleagues could agree with me that there is not any single day that we have seen a Samburu woman or a man who has been forwarded names to be feted in this house. I don't know why the top leadership of this country has never seen potential in giving opportunities to people from Samburu County. So I want Mr. Speaker to make a honest request, and I hope the President is looking at me now, that the two names, woman and one to a Samburu man, because we have never feted any person from my community, and we are equal to Kenyans. We want to see the face of Kenya in all the appointments done by the government. So a kind request to the government and the appointing authority that we also have competent men and women who can serve in those positions. So kindly give us the two positions that have been rejected in this house today. Give to the Samburu, a Samburu man and a Samburu woman. We have competent people who have gone to school and they can serve this country well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senior Counsel Molo, Otienda Molo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues who have congratulated the committee because I think they did their work speedily, they did it openly, and they have made recommendations which are reasonable.
Order, honorable member for Kahawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually support their recommendations in terms of the names that they've approved, and in terms of the name they have recommended not to be approved. Mr. Speaker, I have no specific issue with any of the recommendees. I know there are some, like Fred Outa, with whom we served in, in politics and was rejected as a CIS. We have people like Caroline Kamende, who recently ran for president of LSK and was not so lucky. We have Ezra Chiloba, with whom we had a run-in when he was managing politics. And we have others like Josh Mangi, with whom we went to the Maranda National School. Now, but having said that, Mr. Speaker, I think the point made by the chair is crucial. Diplomatic appointments are very important because they are the face of Kenyans out there. Most times people have not known who we are, and the person we post there reflects who then we are. So when we reject a person, it's more serious than even just appointing someone to serve within the country. I know as a house, we've even approved people who've not gone beyond class 8 to be cabinet secretaries. But those are our local mistakes. Let us not export our mistakes out there. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it is also important that we ensure that there's consultation. We ensure that this thing is thorough. So while I support it, I have three concerns, Mr. Speaker, in terms of Article 232, and the report is silent on it. First, Article 232 requires that there's the face of Kenya in all these public appointments. In this entire report, it does not capture for any of the nominees their ethnic or regional, extraction. And I think it's purposeful so that it hides the imbalance in the entire list. If you look at the list as it is now and add to the earlier list of appointees, you'll find there's a serious ethnic imbalance. I am happy that where I come from, there appears to be, I only know one, but by name there appears to be 2 out of 25, which comes to 8%. Going by the tradition of this regime, that is actually an improvement. But it should not be so. It should actually be much more balanced than that. Mr. Speaker, secondly, in terms of Article 232, it requires that there's transparency, competition, and merit in all appointments. In this process, we know that we received the names from the president, but nothing stopped the president from opening these things to competition. The committee should have captured that in order to get more meritorious Kenyans, and not just those that they will reject, this thing should be open to competition. And thirdly, prior consultation. The fact that someone can be nominated and brought to this house by the president and they reject, it means there was no prior consultation at all. That is not a good show in a country like ours. That brings me to my last point, Mr. Speaker, and that is the last recommendation, where they are asking us to resolve that all nominees will undergo vetting. And secondly, that all those who had been posted without vetting be recalled. Mr. Speaker, we do not need that first part of the resolution. That is the Constitution. The Constitution is clear that anyone will be nominated, brought to Parliament. So we do not need to repeat what's in the Constitution. But on the second one, we need to be careful. Our power is to vet those to be appointed. Once you are appointed and you have that substantive office, I know of no provision of the Constitution that gives us power to look at you. Their option is to have the president cancel those appointments, and then we can appoint others. We don't have power to vet those already appointed. I support generally the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Turkana, is that Akuja? Emadhe, go ahead. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand in support of the report, and I also need to underscore the fact that we have competent individuals. We have competent Kenyans who have been chosen to go and represent the face of Kenya in the world and outside there. Honorable Speaker, I say so because when we are given an opportunity, we must export the best of our minds. And Honorable Speaker, I want also to underscore the fact that we have been given an opportunity to implement Article 232 as alluded, and that by fact, I want to say that Turkana Nation is one of the most lucky this time round in the list. There are two individuals, one is going to Dubai, and the other one is going to be our permanent representative in New York. Honorable Speaker, these two individuals have demonstrated a lot of good education background, and I have one of the best experiences outside there, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the nominees for standing out in the vetting process. And much appreciation as the Turkana Nation goes to His Excellency the President for the good gesture to the Turkana Nation. And for me, I will want to urge our people outside there in Turkana, this time round, we should all rally behind the President, and as we look forward, we want to stand together with him. That is the message I want to send out there, because this is the first time we are being acknowledged as a people in this country. Honorable Speaker, I want to support the report and I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I promised three. I've given 3 this side. One more here. I'll give it to, who do I give? I'll give it to Milemba. Take 2 minutes, the shortest
Thank
time.
you, Honorable Speaker, and I'll be very brief.
Nelson Koech, get ready.
And let me thank the committee led by the Chair, Nelson Koech, for a good work. And like the earlier speakers did indicate, this is the face of Kenya. And therefore, the people we appoint to those offices is very important that they have high skills and quality to represent Kenya in the absence of any other person, including the President. In fact, more than often, they actually represent the presidency and Kenya in totality. Honorable Speaker, I want also to hail the committee for having observed that there were the consul generals who were actually appointed without being vetted by Parliament. And therefore, they need to either recall them or cancel the appointment so that they go through the processes. Like Senior Counsel Tienda Molo has indicated that ordinarily that is the Constitution, and therefore they have to go through the vetting by Parliament. Honorable Speaker, without attending to any one particular one, let me point out one nominee whom I want to thank the President for having picked out to nominate. And I'm happy that the committee did report that this was one of the best that they interviewed, and this was none other than Gertrude Angote, who is a renowned lawyer of great repute and a professional. And also Angote, Honorable Speaker, is an award-winning lawyer on environmental law and advisory. Angote has wealth of experience and expertise in environmental law and climatic justice. And this singled out as a clean accuracy appointment and nominee by the presidency of a person who highly qualified. Lastly, because time's up, I also want to thank the President for having nominated a former teacher and also unionist from Bungoma by the name of Kenneth Mirimo, who has served as a Executive Secretary of KNUT and a teacher before this nomination. Thank you, and Honorable Speaker.
I'll now put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. As many as with that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Courage.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much to the contribution by honorable members. I've listened very keenly to what honorable members have said, and I will just want to enumerate further on what Honorable Catherine has said of the meaning of a hustler, you will realize that in that list also, a hustler has so many definitions. There's a hustler in terms of business, there's a hustler who is equally educated and does not have an opportunity to represent our country. I will mention, for instance, that Professor Honorable Langat, the former Senator Bomet, started as a primary school teacher. Right now, he is a professor. That is a hustler that we are talking about. I also want to concur with what Honorable Otiende Omolo has said in regards to the Constitution and Article 132 of the Constitution, that all, 132, that all the Council Generals, in regards to the appointment of the Council Generals, that it is constitutional. You do not even have to mention, so that all the Council Generals that have gone before and are never vetted, we should accept that was a mistake. In finalizing, in concluding, Honorable Speaker, let me say this, that I really want to thank honorable members of my committee for the work that they put in this report. When the rest of the House were on their recess, honorable members of Defense and Foreign Relations Committee painstakingly was looking through all the list of the members and nominees that had been brought before us. I really want to thank them for taking their time to do this noble job. On issues of the face of the country, I want to thank honorable members that have said our ambassadors and representatives and diplomats are the face of our country outside our country. We want to see that people who are able to articulate, issues of Kenya are able to our country. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you.
All the honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Kiborek, take the nearest seat. Thank you, honorable members. Let me now put a question at order number 8, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations in its report on the vetting of the nominees for appointment as High Commissioners, ambassadors, permanent representatives, and consuls general, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 16th April 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution, Section 22 of the Foreign Service Act 2021, Order, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House, 1, approves the appointment of the following persons as A. High Commissioners: Ms. Catherine Kirumba Karemu, London, United Kingdom; Honorable Joash Adha Maangi, Kampala, Uganda; Honorable Lilian Tomitom, Lusaka, Zambia; Ms. Caroline Kamende Daoud, Ottawa, Canada; Lieutenant General Peter Mbogo Njiru, Islamabad, Pakistan. B. Ambassadors: Honorable Frederick Otieno Outa, Cairo, Egypt; Professor Anne Kisaka Nangulu, Dakar, Senegal; Mr. Timothy Kaluma Mcharo, Algiers, Algeria; Honorable Christopher Andrew Langat, Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire; Ms. Jessica Mudhoni Gakinya, Rabat, Morocco; Honorable Halima Yusuf Mucheke, The Hague, Netherlands; Mr. David Kiplangat Kerich, Washington, D.C., USA; Ms. Evelyn Mwenda Karisa, Havana, Cuba; Dr. Peter Mutuku Mathuki, Moscow, Russia; Ambassador Moi Lemoshira, Tokyo, Japan; Mr. Kenneth Milimo Nganga, Abu Dhabi, UAE; Lieutenant General Jonah Mwangi, Tehran, Iran; Mr. Abdi Aden Korio, Muscat, Oman. C. Permanent Representatives: Ms. Gertrude A. Nangote, United Nations Environment Program, UNEP; Ms. Grace Atieno Okara, United Nations Habitat; Dr. Fancy To, Ambassador, Permanent Rep, Geneva; Mr. Ekitela Erastus Locale, United Nations, New York. D. Consuls General: Mr. Ezra Chiloba, Los Angeles, USA. Mr. Aden Mohamud Mohammed, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Mr. David Iboko Lokemer, Dubai, UAE. 2, rejects the appointment of Mr. Charles Githinji Keiru as Consul General, Goma, Democratic Republic of Congo, and resolves that henceforth Consul Generals should undergo vetting after nomination by the appointing authority as required by the Constitution, and that the appointing authority recalls any Consul General who is serving without requisite approval by the National Assembly to undergo the necessary approval process. As men as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Honourable members, thank you, Honourable Kajwang, for that comic relief. We need some comic relief sometimes. Honourable members, will now go back to order number 7. And Majority Leader, if your minister is within the presence of Parliament, you may call her in. We'll now go to questions. And today, we have the Cabinet Secretary for Health, the Honorable Susan Nahumicha. Yes. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, on your feet, take your seats. Those conducting unlawful kamkunjis, order. Order. Those members who want to leave the chamber for whatever reason, do so quietly. We are now going into question time, and those who have a habit of constituting mini kamkunjis, please desist. We want to conduct business peacefully. Question time now. CS for Health, Susan Nahumicha, welcome to Parliament with your team. We'll now start with question number 009 of 2024. Member for Westlands, Timothy Wanyonyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask question 009 of 2024, the Cabinet Secretary for Health. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the ministry is here to post medical interns who ought to have been posted in September 2023, noting that such a delay denies the affected graduates the opportunity to put into practice the theoretical skills gained? Question number 2, provide timelines to which the collective bargaining agreement signed in 2017 between the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union and the government will be fully implemented. And number 3, outline the steps being taken to resolve the recent disputes and end the strike to ensure uninterrupted health delivery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. It's always a pleasure for me to appear before this House to speak to the people's representatives and to explain what the ministry is doing. On the question raised by Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi, that the ministry explains why the ministry is yet to post medical interns who ought to have been posted in September 2023, noting that such a delay denies the affected graduates the opportunity to put into practice theoretical skills gained. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the ministry had a total of 3,759 interns as at February 2024 for posting under the different cadres as indicated. We had 849 medical officer interns, 72 dentist interns, 289 pharmacist interns, 1,134 nursing degree interns, 145 degree clinical officer interns, and 1,270 clinical diploma interns. Of these that I have mentioned, 1,270 clinical officer diploma interns were posted and they have already reported in their placement centers. Another 1,210 medical officers, dental officers, and pharmacists have been posted, and their letters of posting have equally been shared on their emails, and they are expected to have reported starting the 15th of April, and the ministry has started taking stock from the internship centers to determine how many have so far reported. The ministry is now in the process of finalizing the process for posting the nursing 2,404 nursing and clinical degree interns, and they will start collecting their letters, and we have equally posted on their emails. They also ought to report starting the 15th of April, which has already passed. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I would like to note that, however, there was a delay in the posting of interns due to lack of budgetary allocations. In the financial year 2023-2024, the ministry was allocated a total of 3.6 billion to cater for internship program against a requirement of 5.7 billion. This resulted in a gap of 2 billion. This gap was considered during the supplementary estimate number 1 and was able to cater only for the 4,156 interns who were posted in July 2023. The ministry appealed to the National Treasury to provide funding of 4.8 billion to cater for the placement of the 3,759 interns through a letter dated 1st of February 2024. The National Treasury replied to the letter through a letter on the 13th of February, indicating that they were not in a position to provide requested funds and advised the ministry to rationalize the numbers and equally to review the internship policy with a view to accommodate more interns within the available budgetary provisions. Following the guidance from the National Treasury, the ministry wrote to the Salary and Remuneration Commission for guidance on how to rationalize that. The SRC responded by providing stipend rates to be payable to interns. With the rates from the SRC, the ministry wrote to the National Treasury and managed to secure 2.3 billion to post the 3,755 interns. It is on this rate that the interns I've indicated above have been posted. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on the second part of the question, that the ministry provides timelines to which the collective bargaining agreement signed in 2017 between Kenya Medical Practitioner, Pharmacy and Dentist Union and the government will be fully implemented. Honorable Speaker and members, the collective bargaining agreement signed with KMPDU in 2017 continued to be implemented by the national government. The national government has so far undertaken the following to fulfill its obligations under the CBA. 1, it has facilitated the payment of basic salary arrears accrued by the national government entities arising from the 2017-2021 CBA. And I would like to confirm that indeed the national government has actually even paid in excess, and there are some doctors who owe the national government some money. The national government has also provided grants and scholarship for eligible postgraduate medical officers based on immediate service needs basis. Equally, the national government has provided comprehensive medical insurance to the doctors at the national government level. In the financial year 2023-2024, the ministry posted 4,156 medical interns in July 2023 at a total cost of 4.3 billion. These interns are due to complete their internship in June 2024. Similarly, the ministry secured 2.3 billion to post the 3,759 medical interns according to the SRC advisory rates. However, there are challenges in implementation of some of the provisions, including the areas of internship. These challenges will be addressed in the new cycle of negotiations of the CBA, which is ongoing. It is also important to note that a good number of those aspects of the CBA need to be implemented by the county governments. The third question, Honorable Speaker and members, outlined the steps being taken to resolve the recent disputes and end the strike to ensure uninterrupted healthcare delivery. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the ministry is taking various steps and measures to resolve the ongoing strike. The measures being taken have been categorized into immediate and short-term, medium-term, and long-term. In the short term and in the immediate, the ministry has posted all interns, and this posting was from 2nd of April based on the revised rate of SRC. All the interns ought to have reported to their internship center by the 15th of April. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I've said the ministry is in the process of collecting returns from the respective internship centers. In a few days, we shall be able to report on how many of these interns have actually reported. But we confirm in the affirmative that the clinical officer diploma interns have reported, and we have returns at the ministry. The ministry has also requested for 267 million for payment of postgraduate registrars' fees arrears. I stand to confirm, Honorable Speaker and members, that in this week, the ministry has received a confirmation from National Treasury of 200 million that will be given to the ministry to be able to pay these arrears. The ministry has also requested SRC to advise on the demand by the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers to have their risk allowance increased from 3,000 shillings to 15,000 shillings. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this is a 500% increase. So the ministry awaits for guidance from SRC, and based on the guidance that we receive, we shall be bringing this into the budget so that then once approved, we should be able to effect it. The ministry has also requested the Public Service Commission to review the clinical officers' career progression guidelines. The medical laboratory officers who have joined the doctor strike do not have a recognition agreement with the government. Therefore, the ministry has written to them citing the criteria that is required for them to be recognized as a union, and we wait for them to return back, having met the criteria, and then we start the process of recognition. Those are under the immediate and short-term measures. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, under the medium-term measures, the Ministry of Health is reviewing the internship policy to address aspects of the program, including the need for students to transit to internship without any delay. The internship policy will be finalized within this month of April. Happy to report, Honorable Speaker and members, that yesterday the ministry undertook internal stakeholder validation, and it went very well. And next week we shall be proceeding to external stakeholder validation to receive the comments of the external stakeholders. Honorable Speaker and members, the ministry is ongoing with the CBA negotiation. The 2017 CBA lapsed in 2021, and therefore we are in the process of negotiating on the new CBA to be signed. The ministry is also actively participating in the whole of nation approach discussion that were ordered by the judge of the Employment and Labor Relations Court. In the long-term measures, Honorable Speaker and members, the ministry is in the process of developing a comprehensive human resource for health policy to address all aspects of human resource in the country, in the entire spectrum of the value chain, from production, supply, internship and regulation of employment, retention of the health workers, distribution and stock density, skills and mix, including motivation and productivity of the human resource for health. The ministry also in the long term would want to operationalize the Kenya Health Human Resource Advisory Council to enable it to execute its mandate. This entails providing the necessary budget finalization of the human resource instruments in order to obtain the necessary skills and capacities to execute their mandates. Other measures that are being taken by the ministry is that the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, was appointed by the court and has appointed 3 conciliators to guide the parties to arrive at the dispute, and the process is ongoing. To arrive at a resolution, and the process is ongoing. The court also appointed the whole of nation approach that is being led by the head of public service to bring together both levels of government and entities to the dispute with a view to seeking a solution to perennial issues in the health sector, and the process is ongoing. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I hereby submit. Thank you.
Yes, member for Westlands.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Waziri, for that elaborate answer to my question. However, I would like to seek clarification on a few issues. Considering the importance of maintaining stable healthcare system, what strategies are being implemented to prevent similar delays in disputes in the future, particularly regarding the implementation of agreements and timely placement of medical professionals? And the second clarification I need is, what strategies are in place to regulate the number of graduates from the medical schools in the country, and efforts for coordination that will ensure Ministry of Health is aware of expected interns before every budgeting cycle for adequate planning? Thank you.
Minister, you'll take several, having gotten from the questioner. I'll allow a couple of joyriders, starting with the member for Seme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have liked to do more than being a joyrider, but this, as we know, the whole week I've been trying that, but I'll take what is available. Mr. Speaker, the issue is that the interns have been posted. And that's what we are told. But what we know, not all interns have reported. And then that brings to me the issue that I would like a clarification from the minister. When we use the word intern, who are we talking about? There are various cadres within the ministry, and they do different internship. Now, there are also generally in the country the term internship which is used in industry. Do we have a clear clarification of who these are? And why I ask that question, Mr. Speaker, is this. We have some interns who are now employed. Now we have interns who are now going to get stipends. If we understand it, the difference between somebody who is earning a salary and somebody who is given a stipend is that the person who is being given a stipend is not employed, but is being given some support. By definition, an intern is actually a doctor who is starting work. He or she has graduated, has taken the Hippocratic oath, has actually been given an interim license, and when they are on duty in hostels where they are, the structure in those hostels will normally be, amongst the doctors, there's a first on call, who is always the intern, there's a second on call, and there's a third on call. And at all these levels, people call on the next level if they reach their limit of ability. And many, many times, in many situations, interns will actually see patients right through to discharge and they go home. So when we are now talking of stipend, are we saying these people are not employed? So you will then have two, one on a full salary of what we are talking of 200,000 and one on the salary of 90,000, working side by side doing the same thing. How will that work? And is that good for peace in the industry?
Because of your tremendous interest on the matter, can you now ask the question? You've been making a speech.
Mr. Speaker, all these are questions. When we talk of insurance, the minister said the insurance has been paid at national level. What that means is there are some doctors at county level that do not have an insurance. And that actually is the status. Why is it not that we use the coordination mechanisms within the government provided in the Constitution so that health workers, not just doctors, have similar conditions of work across, because that is provided for, and that is one of the reasons that is giving us problems. Mr. Speaker, the next one is the postgraduate doctor. And why I'm asking this question, this is a problem that has been there. It is in the strike now. I've said in our committee, and we have put this, and I want to ask the minister if this can help this country. Why is it that when they come for postgraduate, they are working in hostels that are government hostels, which are funded by government, and the work they are doing is full work? Why can't we, while funding those hostels, create these positions which are paid for at that hostels so that the counties don't have to pay them when they are actually working in Kenyatta? The counties can then use that money to employ doctors during that period they are away, because that is giving us a problem.
Last one.
The issue of, well, Mr. Speaker, I'll stop, but it means that I may still come on with my request of yesterday, because something I've not.
A whole 5 minutes to ask a question.
Now, recognition as members of the union goes back. Are we taking them as employees? Because if they are employees, then I think by rights they will have. So are they employees or are they not? I must add, Mr. Speaker, all over the world, medical interns are employees and they actually earn salaries. Even here in Kenya, there are private hospitals that are actually employing interns, paying them. So the question is important. Mr. Speaker, I have the interest of this country at heart, and therefore I know that is the last, but I want to make a suggestion which I think can help this country. This is not a question, it's a comment and the minister can make a comment on it. The problem we are having is that we are saying that all interns can only be employed or must only be employed by the government, by the ministry. And we are limiting it. Why don't we put, and the minister will understand this, or her technical people, a regulation that all levels at which interns can work, and those are level 4 and 5, whether they are private or they are public, they create levels of position for interns by law. Because even when you start a hostel, you have a certain number of staff you should have. If we do that, Mr. Speaker, we'll open a large space for interns, and we shall not have this problem, and they do not have to be paid by the government. Today, Aga Khan as interns, they are paying. Karen as interns, they are paying. Tenwek as interns, they are paying. Kijabe as interns, they are paying. So we have to look at it broadly so that we actually can get rid of this problem that looks perennial of interns. Mr. Speaker, I may later on seek how to discuss this more, but for now, I'll leave it there.
Honorable members, I gave Honorable Nyikal that latitude because you know he had attempted to bring a motion of adjournment on this matter, and I assured him that I'll give him the latitude that I've extended to him. The rest of the joyriders, one question each. Mishimbogo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to put a question to our CS, and the question is about what is the gross salary and the net salary for the intern? Is it true that it was reduced by 91%? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We'll take more. Waziri, Junaid Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I would like to ask a supplementary question. First, I don't understand which law this whole government nation is anchored on. This concept of whole government approach, I don't know what it is. I know Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Health, that's beside the point. But the interns' salaries or stipend, whatever you want to call it, in the CBA was meant to be 206,000. That's what they are claiming. The ministry initially proposed 47,000, but later went to 70,000. I would like to know from the ministry, how did you come up with that figure of 70,000? What did you consider in coming up with those figures? Is it the cost of living? Is it the availability of funds? How did you come up that 70,000 is enough for interns? I would like to know.
Thank you. Yes, I'll give to Mama Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Swali moja tu.
Namuuliza waziri, nilimsikia akisema kuwa amewapa madaktari mambo yao kutatuliwa mpaka Julai. Nataka nimuulize, kuna yule mama ambaye ni mjamzito na mtoto amefika wakati wake wa kuzaliwa, anahitaji daktari kumsaidia. Huyu mtoto yeye amempangia kitu gani na kwa nini ameondoa linda mama ambayo yasaidia kina mama? Asante.
Mwenje. Minister, record all those. I'll give you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, during this time where the doctors and the interns are on strike, I'd like the Cabinet Secretary to tell Kenyans directly, especially women who are expectant, where can they obtain services? This is an issue, Honorable Speaker. All members of Parliament are being contacted by their constituents, and because of the shortage of doctors, what options do Kenyans have during this difficult time? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. John Badi. Mutauliza tu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Cabinet Secretary for a detailed answer or response to this question. But I just want to ask one straight question. The CS has indicated clearly that she has been asked by the Treasury to rationalize the budget of the ministry. What is the CS doing in that exercise of rationalization of the budget? Because a lot of money is spent on services which ordinarily should be devolved. Yet, important assignments for the national government, like this case of intern doctors, is given lip service. So what are you doing? Can you state to this House and to the people of Kenya specifically what you are doing in terms of rationalizing the budget of the ministry? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member next to Mishi, you are very far, I can't. That is
Ken Chonga.
Let him use
Ben Chonga.
Yes.
Yes, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know from Madam Waziri. She said that the CBA of 2017 expired and they're working on the current CBA. But what measure is the ministry taking to avert any more strikes? Because it is like before the doctors are given whatever they have agreed in the CBA, a strike might follow. And so many people are suffering, people are dying. There is total chaos in the history of the health industry. What measures is the ministry taking to ensure that we no longer undergo a similar situation again? Thank you.
TJ Kajwang. After that, Waziri, you can answer.
Thank you, Mr.
We'll
Speaker.
do another round.
Mr. Speaker, you know, you and I, we have the misfortune of, we can only be patients, not like my brother here who can be a doctor. We can only be patients. But I pray that you and I, we do not go to hospital around this time when things are still not very stable. Mr. Speaker, my question is two. One, Madam Minister, are you lying to this House?
That is unparliamentary language. Withdraw.
Are you misleading this House? I withdraw. Are you misleading this House? Because the reason you came to this House, according to the question that was asked, was majorly to show us the level of implementation of the CBA. You have explained that you have implemented the CBA. In fact, you said that you have overpaid according to the CBA. But the truth, or what we have, the information we have from our constituents, is different.
She said a few doctors have been overpaid.
Yes, a few doctors
not a general term.
have been overpaid.
Yes.
So the question about the implementation of the CBA, because if then the CBA is fully implemented, why would be doctors out there be continuing to be on strike, claiming that their monies have been withheld or have not been paid or have been underpaid by the ministry? So, Madam Minister, are you misleading the House? Now, that is question one. Number two.
Only one.
No, Mr. Speaker, if you will just allow me, it's a very straightforward question. Very straightforward. Why are you not working on the return to work formula? Why are you insisting that you do not want to relate with the people that you have employed and discuss a return to work formula, that these people must go back to work first before they discuss with you a return to work formula, which they have shown you and which is reasonable and which has provisions on how both the employer and the employee must meet in terms of working on a return to work formula? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister, you can answer those. Again, we will come back to you. There will be another round. Those are 9 questions. You can, they're short questions, answer them.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. The first question on what is the strategy to ensure that this does not occur. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in my earlier response, I did indicate that we do have immediate and short-term measures, we have medium-term measures, and we have long-term measures. The medium and long-term measures, Honorable Speaker and members, are to ensure that this does not occur. And this includes development of policies. The internship policy, Honorable Speaker, I have already said that our plan is to finalize by end of April. We have already done internal stakeholder validation. Next week, we shall be going to external stakeholder validation, and by the end of April, this policy shall be taken to Cabinet for consideration, and after that, it shall be brought to this House. Honorable Speaker and members, those are some of the strategies that we have put in place to ensure that this does not recur. Strategies to ensure coordination between the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health. During this crisis period, Honorable Speaker and members, we have met together with my colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, and we have put together a joint committee that includes the Commissioner of University Education, the Kenya Medical Practitioner and Dentist Council, COOPS, that is the one that admits students, the universities. And we have given them a timeline of 1 month to be able to look through what is it that is required in terms of production, in terms of the available facilities for training, and what we need to do to ensure that then we are training enough numbers that we are able to cater for. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, many years ago, it was only one university that was training medical officers, medical doctors in this country. As we speak now, we have 8 universities, 5 of them public and 3 private. All these, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we have put them in the joint committee so that then we can find a solution that all the interns who come out of these universities, then we are able to absorb them for internship. From Honorable Nyikal, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Honorable Nyikal is a member of the Health Committee, and on many occasions, I do refer to him on these matters. The issues that he has raised regarding the cadres that need internship. As a ministry, we have a total of 32 cadres, different cadres, all of them seeking recognition, all of them seeking to be paid for internship. But however, from this, only the medical officers, the pharmacists, the dentists, the degree nursing, degree clinical officer, and diploma clinical officers are the ones so far who enjoy stipends. So as the ministry works on the policy that we are working on, we will largely benefit from the wisdom of Honorable Nyikal on what we need to do in terms of recognizing the other cadres and also enhancing the cadres that are already getting the stipend. Medical insurance by national government recognizes all workers, all medical officers who work for national government. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, as we stand here, we very well know that those medical doctors who work for the national government, they work either at the ministry headquarters or they work in one of the referral facilities, the 6 referral facilities that we have. And those are the ones that I am confidently saying that the national government, through the Ministry of Health, has provided them with medical insurance. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I am not in a position to confirm whether counties have indeed given medical insurance to their medical officers. That can only be confirmed by themselves, but from this crisis that has been going, a number of them, 36 of them, have confirmed to have medical insurance, and those who do not have, they have been asked to ensure that they have medical insurance. Regarding the registrars, we are working on a policy, Honorable Speaker and members, a policy to ensure that there's direction from Ministry of Health, because even as we train registrars, we must train those skills that are required for the national, those skills that are required by the country. We do not want to train excess of one skill and leave out another. So that policy is under development. Payment of interns. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we were directed and guided by SRC, which is the body that is constituted by the Constitution to be able to guide. And from the guideline, they said it cannot be a remuneration, it can only be a stipend. And that is how we have recognized it. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, from the question from Honorable Mishimboko, what is the gross salary of an intern and what is the net thereof and what has been offered? Initially, an intern was earning 206,000. This includes basic salary and other allowances. That comes to a net of 135,000. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, based on the advice from the SRC, it is now a stipend of 70,000 shillings. And Honorable Speaker and members, I would like to clarify that none of the interns who is in session has gotten a reduction. Of the interns in session that will be finishing or concluding their internship in June 2024, there is no reduction. It is the new interns who we are now posting that are going to get in under the terms of the stipend. From Honorable Junet, the issue of whole of nation approach. This was ordered by the Honorable Judge of the Employment and Labor Relations Court. That order is what brought us together. And the judge did guide on the membership of the whole of nation approach. And in respect and in compliance with the court order, that group under the whole of nation approach has been meeting to find solutions to this crisis headed by Head of Public Service. Honorable Speaker and members, Honorable Junet wanted to know how 70 was arrived at. This was a guideline by the SRC. They would be the best then to explain how 70,000 was arrived at as a stipend. But need to say that they did look at the other interns within the nation, and actually they did inform us that the other interns are getting 25,000, and therefore they considered this higher and gave them 70,000. From Honorable Zamzam on Linda Mama, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I would like to request, because there is a specific question on Linda Mama, I would like to request that I respond to it, because it's a substantive question that I'll be responding to later. Honorable Speaker, from Honorable Mwenje, he asked about expectant mothers and where do they go at this time of a crisis. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I would like to appreciate Honorable Mwenje that despite him being a man, he is caring for the women. And for me as a woman, this is personal to me. As we speak now, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we have levels of service in the Ministry of Health. We have level 2, which are dispensaries. Closest to the people within the villages, services are ongoing. We have level 3, which are health centers, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Services are ongoing in those places. Where we are affected most by this crisis is level 4, level 5, and level 6, which are referral hospitals. But we have put measures in place to ensure that emergency services are being attended to. Last week when I did a tour of Kenyatta National Hospital, the maternity was full. Actually, all the expectant women around Nairobi are now in Kenyatta National Hospital being attended there. So we really have to see that the ministry has put in some effort. And I also want to thank Honorable Speaker and honorable members that despite this crisis, we have very patriotic doctors who are working. We have been able to fill some of the gaps with those doctors who have been able to continue providing services, and I want to thank them tremendously for continuing to provide services to Kenyans. What have we done on rationalization? Honorable Speaker and honorable members, after the SRC guidelines.
Junet, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you listened keenly to the Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister, Mr. Speaker, has put up a very rosy picture that hospitals are working, Kenyatta Hospital is full, doctors are working, level 4, level 2, level 2. Mr. Speaker, that is not the situation on the ground, Madam Minister. People, there are no hospitals that are working. There are no wards that are full, Madam Minister. We are the people who are from the ground. Just say you are working on how to rectify the matter, but as of now, even the maternity that is full in Kenyatta Hospital, mothers are delivering on their own, or maybe with the help of few nurses.
Go on, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Level 2 dispensaries are manned by nurses. We have over 9,000 dispensaries in the country, and they are functional. Level 3 facilities are manned by nurses and clinical officers, and most of them are functional. I did acknowledge that indeed we have a problem at level 4, level 5, and level 6. But I say emergency services are being offered. And I just gave an experience of my walkthrough of Kenyatta National Hospital last week. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on what the ministry has done in rationalizing, after we received the guidelines from the SRC, we, the ministry, met with the National Treasury on 2 occasions. And that is how we got to get 2.3 billion to be able to post the current interns. We have also been getting the numbers that are in the pipeline in the training institutions, so that then we plan ahead through the budgeting process to ensure that then they are taken care of. The other question, Honorable Speaker and members, is what is the ministry doing to ensure that this does not recur? And I would like to reiterate, Mr. Honorable Speaker, that through the medium-term, long-term position that I had raised earlier, we believe that the ministry will be able to resolve this, and this does not recur. However, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I would like to thank members of this House that the ministry brought to this House 4 acts, and they were able to be processed. One of the outcomes of those 4 acts is the Social Health Insurance Act. The Social Health Insurance Act, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, as we sit here today, less than 20% of Kenyans have some form of medical insurance. So what we intend to achieve with the Social Health Insurance Act is to drive those numbers up and ensure as many as possible. Our target is to get at least 80% of Kenyans to be on insurance. And once resources are raised through the Social Health Insurance Act, we want to believe that we'll be able to take care of commodities, take care of equipment, and take care of the most important pillar of universal health coverage, which is the human resource for health. Honorable Speaker, the question from Honorable Kajwang about the CBA. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we cannot live in denial. We have 2 levels of government, the national government and the county governments. A collective bargaining agreement is a document signed between an employer and an employee. The ones that I spoke about, the CBA progress that has been made by the national government, is for those employees who are for national government. And therefore, I can authoritatively say that as the national government, we have managed to implement some of the things asked for in the CBA. Therefore, the relationship between the employer, who is county government, and the doctors then should be managed as such between the county governments and the employees. The issue of return to work formula. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this matter went to the court, and the honorable judge ordered that the doctors should suspend their strike and give negotiation a chance. And they did order that then discussions should continue under the whole of nation approach to this matter. And I want to believe once discussions are finalized, the doctors have suspended the strike, then a return to work formula will be arrived at. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members.
Kibagendi. Honorable Nyikao, you're out of order. I've not given you an opportunity.
Thank you.
I will come to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I hardly give members to have a second bite, especially when you're a joyrider. Yes, Kibagendi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And my question to Honorable CS is, why is NHIF not paying hospitals, both private and public hospitals, to the extent that our citizens are not able to get services? And in particular, there is discrimination to the region that I come from, Kisii County. Thank you.
Elisha.
Mr. Speaker, I just listened to the CS on our last statement, and I've just read in online that the AG has given an advisory that the teams will meet again so that this issue that is affecting doctors and the ministry can be solved expeditiously. So I think that's a good step on the right direction from the AG. I just wanted to give that information. Thank you.
Pasaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have your own question?
Yes, I do.
Oh, then if you are not on this, I saw your name here, then hold, I'll come back to you. Dr. Nyekal, I'll go out of my way to give you a second bite.
Chair, there was a question of coordination.
And there's no chair here, it's only the speaker.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker,
yes.
It's a question of coordination. The Honorable the Minister is right that they have paid at the national level and the county government have not paid. But my concern is the ministry holds policy, and this policy is actually supposed to be implemented across, so that there should be uniformity on what is happening. And if it's not there, still there should be information at the level. And I was asking, are we using the constitutional bodies such as the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, particularly the Health Forum, where the technical people at the ministry and at the county will meet? And so things will be done similarly at the national level and the county level. That is my question. Is it being used? Is it useful?
Thank you. Nisula.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to direct my question to the Cabinet Secretary. I am aware that the National Insurance Fund, the National Health Insurance Fund, NHIF, ended the Edu Afia, where our learners were being covered, and I just wanted to find out what is the alternative, or whether the shift is going to cover our learners in schools.
Thank you. Who is the member there? Is that Edith Nyenze? Yes, Edith?
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to find out from the CS, how do you compare the rate of death from the time the doctors went on strike as compared to the last time last year? And as your ministry, is your ministry doing enough to ensure that the doctors go back to work?
Okay. Yes, Women Rep for Narok, Rebecca Tonkei. Yes, there you are.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to ask the CS, Honorable Speaker, the CS has spoken about the internship policy which they are developing. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I've had an opportunity to skim through that policy. And what I realized, the CS proposal will further discriminate the interns. Because when you look at one of the proposals, is that CS, you've said that there are those who will not qualify for the stipend. And among them are people who are self-sponsored. So it means if a student is sponsored by the parents or corporate bodies, then that student will not qualify for that stipend. Honorable Speaker, can the CS tell us what is the reason? Because this is going to further discriminate the students who are self-sponsored. Secondly, Mr.
Only one, Rebecca.
Okay, thank you.
Only one. Elachi will be the last on this, then we go to other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I appreciate Waziri for very elaborating us to understand and also making us understand the figures. You know, when you get the figures, Mr. Speaker, is when you realize the interns are quite a good number. And we just have to think, even in this House, how to add her some budgets. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, my question is, The missionary doctors are being asked to pay Kenya shillings 500 per year for their work permit. And I would wish Waziri to look at it, because right now when the doctors were in strike, I believe the missionary doctors who come in as volunteers are the ones who have been working, and most of them come for churches and all that. So if she can look at it, I know she might not be able to answer completely here, but it is something we need to look at it as a country. I don't know whether it is right to charge 500,000 to that.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. The question raised by Honorable Kibagendi regarding payment of NHIF claims. Indeed, there has been a delay in payment of claims due to delay in exchequer release. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, as we speak now, NHIF owes service providers close to 30 billion shillings. And of these 30 billion shillings, 22 billion is owed to NHIF by government and other government entities. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, this week, we have had a meeting with National Treasury, and yesterday, the Principal Secretary for Medical Services did receive a confirmation from Treasury of a release of 5.5 billion for payment of claims. So we are expecting that once the money hits the account this week, then payment of the claims by NHIF need to proceed as from next week. But also want to clarify that payment of claims is an ongoing exercise. Last year alone, NHIF paid out a total of 36 billion shillings. So as claims continue to be verified and reconciled, they get to be paid as and when exchequer releases are available. The issue by Dr. Nyikal about the CBA, really a CBA is collective bargaining agreement between an employer and an employee. Medical cover is provided by the employer to an employee. So I still want to say, Honorable Speaker and members, that as national government, we can only take responsibilities for the employees that belong to the national government. And having said that, the issue of a CBA is not a policy issue. The issue of a CBA is what is signed and agreed between parties. But the ministry, we continue to play our responsibility in development of policies, and that is why at the moment we are working on the internship policy. Regarding Edu Afia, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, this scheme came to an end, lapsed in December. Before lapsing, the Ministry of Health wrote to the Ministry of Education, informing them of the end of the scheme of Edu Afia. We expected that then the Ministry of Education would write back and ask the Ministry of Health to extend that, but that was not done. So we did not receive an extension. However, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I would like to confirm that under the new Social Health Authority, we now have a cover for all Kenyans. And this has expanded benefits package. That besides Edu Afia that was covering a student, the Social Health Authority Act now ensures that there is a cover for all members of the family. That includes mama, it includes the children who are in school, it includes the mzee who may not be at school. So we now have an expanded benefits package to cover all members of the family. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the issue of the rate of death in the facilities occasioned by this crisis. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the ministry has a tool on a daily basis that we get to receive what is happening in our health facilities. And from the national level, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the rate of death has gone down. But as a ministry, we know it is because people have not been coming to hospital. So we want to go further and drill and see what is happening within the communities. And once we get to that point, then we shall conclusively say what is the rate of death based on the crisis. The question raised by Honorable Tongei regarding the policy that there is a discrimination. I would like to affirm that the policy is still under development. We have only done internal stakeholder validation. We have an opportunity for external stakeholder validation. And during such a process, comments, reviews, and suggestions are received from several stakeholders. And I want to believe that if that came through from their stakeholders, then it will be subjected to the process, and the document that we will end up with as the policy will be one that speaks to the needs of majority of Kenyans. On the issue of missionary doctors, the permits, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, are issued by Ministry of Interior. I would not want to comment on it. For us, we wait until they have been issued permits. Then the Kenya Medical Practitioner and Dentists Council issues licenses for their practice. But that is an issue that has been raised by the faith-based organizations, and it has already been given to the attention of the Ministry of Interior to be able to look at it and see how do they rationalize. And I want to agree with the Honorable Member that indeed the missionary hospitals, the faith-based facilities are playing a critical role during this crisis. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members.
Thank you, Minister. We'll end there on this question. We'll now go to the next questions. Honorable members, the next ones, I'll allow the questioner and one joyrider so that we can make progress. Member for Ruiru, Simon Kingara, question 020 of 2024.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I take this opportunity to thank you for granting me an opportunity to ask a question number 20 of 2024, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Health. Could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether the Kenyatta University Technical could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether the Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital imposes high deposit before attending to patients and that the NHIF cover caters for very minimal amount as compared to other facilities such as Kenyatta National Hospital and Kiambu Level 5. Number two, Mr. Speaker, sir, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on the budgetary allocation provided to the hospital in the financial year 2023-2024, and further confirm that the Credit Control Department holds numerous title deeds for patients who are unable to meet the high medical bills, and considerable number of bodies are locked at the hospital mortuary. Finally, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary elaborate on measures by the Ministry to ensure affordability, including offering the waivers of health care services within the facility, especially given the diverse income levels of the population of rural and neighboring constituencies that the facility serves? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. We need to clarify whether Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital imposes high deposits before attending to patients, and that the NHIF cover caters for very minimal amounts as compared to other facilities such as Kenyatta National and Kiambu Level 5 Hospital. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, Kenyatta University Teaching Referral Hospital does not impose high deposits before attending to patients. The hospital attends to all patients who come through either referral, through the specialized clinics, or through the outpatient department or the accident and emergency department. These patients who come to this hospital, they are in most cases seeking highly specialized care, since it is a referral hospital. At the accident and emergency department, patients are normally stabilized even before they are asked to pay the consultancy fee. At the outpatient department and the specialized clinics, patients pay a minimal consultancy fee as prescribed by the consultants. Deposits are only asked for where the consultant determines that the patient needs admission for continuation of care, as explained hereafter. The hospital admits patients through the referral, specialized clinic, or an emergency basis. The hospital admission policy and procedures and the hospital referral policy are both informed and aligned to Article 43, Part 2 of the Constitution, which states that no person shall be denied emergency medical treatment. The admission policy and procedure section states that the hospital will ensure that no patient shall be denied admission due to race, color, religion, ancestry, financial class, nationality, or any other form of discrimination. In the same policy, in cases of emergency, there will be no financial obligation. The referral policy states that all emergency referrals to be accepted without fail and unnecessary delay or shunting of patients should be avoided. They will be given priority on arrival. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on waived hospital bills, the hospital does not deny care to any patient who requires emergency care or admission on the basis of cost of care. Majority of these patients get admitted without the deposit, but with a promise to pay upon discharge. However, some do not honor their promise because they are genuinely unable to cater for their treatment costs fully. Others are only able to pay partially for the services rendered. As a result, the hospital has unpaid bills of 403 million since the hospital began 4 years ago. And this now has been requested in the budget for reimbursement. Regarding the NHIF cover, the hospital has a hybrid model that has both comprehensive and non-comprehensive covers. Patients admitted under the comprehensive cover do not top up for the cost of their care, including all required pharmaceuticals, diagnostic services, surgery, and medication. For example, for all patients under the national NHIF scheme, access surgery purely under the comprehensive cover. Under NHIF non-comprehensive cover, patients co-pay as outlined in the contract for different services. This arrangement is actually the same with that of Kenyatta National Hospitals. Patients at Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital have access to a whole continuum of care with a rare need to access services like imaging, special lab works, specialized consultancy outside the hospital. This is unlike the lower level hospitals where patients have to buy some items or seek services outside the facility, which translates to huge out-of-pocket costs despite the NHIF cover. On part 2 of the question, that we provide details on the budgetary allocation provided to the hospital in the financial year 2023-2024, and further confirm that the Credit Control Department holds numerous titles for title deeds for patients who are unable to meet the high medical bills, and considerable number of bodies are locked at the hospital mortuary. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the hospital budgetary allocation for financial year 2023-2024 was 5.8 billion shillings, consisting of the GOK grant of 2.986 billion and the A&A of 2.9 billion. The development budget for the hospital is 350 million. The actual expenditure for PE is 3.988 billion against the GOK allocation of 2.986 billion. Hence, there is already a gap of 1 billion, which the hospital struggles to meet, despite it not having the required staff establishment for optimal service delivery. In the next financial year, 2024-2025, the hospital requires a PE allocation of 4.072 billion from the government. In the Department of Credit Control, the hospital's Credit Control Office plays a crucial role in assisting families facing financial difficulties by offering credit payment plans. This initiative benefits both the patients and the hospital in several ways. The benefit to the patient is that elimination of unnecessary hospital stay. Patients can leave the hospital once arrangement for payment has been made, and this reduces their stay. Prevention of accumulating unmanageable bills. By entering into credit payment plans, patients can manage their medical expenses over time rather than facing a large immediate financial pain. Reduced risk of hospital-acquired infections. Due to the shorter hospital stay, they decrease the likelihood of patients contracting infections during the time in their hospital. The benefit of these payment plans to the hospital is that there is availability of hospital space. Releasing patients who have settled their payment arrangement it frees up space, allowing the hospital to accommodate other patients. Efficient resource allocation. By recovering debts through credit payment plans, the hospital can allocate its resources more effectively, ensuring that resources are available for patients who need them. There is also mitigation of budgetary limitations, thus managing outstanding debts, and helps the hospital to navigate the budgetary constraints that it experiences. The use of title deeds as security for these arrangements. Title deeds are utilized solely as security for the commitments made by the patients or their families. Once the debts are fully recovered according to the agreed upon terms, the title deeds are returned to their respective owners. This practice provides assurance to the hospital that the debts will be repaid, while also safeguards the assets of the patients or their families. Overall, this approach demonstrates a proactive effort by the hospital to address financial challenges faced by patients and their families, while also ensuring efficient operation of healthcare services within the constraints of budgetary limitation. The issue of dead bodies being locked at the hospital mortuary, the hospital preserves dead bodies for relatives as they make funeral arrangements. Some bodies stay longer in the morgue for long due to various factors. Some have cases arising from courts and their disputes, therefore the bodies stay longer until the dispute is resolved. The hospital also has unclaimed bodies. We have delays from families as they fundraise and make funeral arrangements. Some families make requests to be allowed time to enable them to fundraise, since once a burial is done, it becomes difficult for them to mobilize funds. Where a family has requested for a waiver of a hospital bill, they wait for the outcome of the waiver process. The process involves socioeconomic analysis, and at times, it involves a home visit to enable an objective determination of the request. Part 3 of the question, to elaborate on measures by the ministry to ensure affordability, offering of waivers for healthcare services within the facility, especially given to the diverse income levels of the population in Ruiru and neighboring constituencies that the facility serves. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Ministry of Health is currently on course in the establishment of the Social Health Authority and the seamless transition from NHIF. The Social Health Authority will provide social health insurance up to 85% of the population in the formal and informal sector. The government will continue paying for the indigents and the vulnerable populations. These measures will ensure that most Kenyans, including the poor and the vulnerable households, will have a form of prepayment of health insurance anytime they visit a facility, and they will not have to pay from out of pocket. The Social Health Authority, together with the Ministry of Health, has developed a comprehensive health benefits package enough to cover at least 70% of the prevalent conditions. The citizens of Ruiru and Kenyans at large will have to register and contribute to the social health insurance depending on their ability to pay in order to access services, not just at Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospitals, but within other facilities. The Ministry of Health has also come up with a clear communication strategy on universal health coverage that will sensitize citizens on the need to enroll in social health insurance and therefore be able to benefit on the expected benefits from the Social Health Authority. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I hereby submit. Thank you.
Member for Ruiru, you're satisfied? Give him the mic. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The questions are necessitated by discomfort of the community, and as it was answered to us, there are some areas which maybe I need some clarification, if you allow. Mr. Speaker.
Just seek one clarification.
Yeah, actually it's one clarification.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, at the last bit of the answering, the minister said that the bodies or the documents are held because of arrangement by families or the same. But Mr. Speaker, there are documents held by that facility, and I have evidence for more than 2 years. So my question is, how long can the facility hold the documents for the concerned family or the deceased person? And secondly, maybe how long also can they hold the body, because we also know bodies which have been there for many, many months or years. Thank you.
Waziri? Sorry. Magali Mulu? Yeah,
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it looks like I misplaced my card, so I want to thank you for giving me the chance. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask a question which is related to the issue. Although this question is specific to Kenyatta University Referral Hospital, I think the bigger issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the cost of treatment in this country, both medication, consultation, and all these do this surgery. And Honorable Speaker,
Makalimul, I've given you an opportunity to ask a supplementary to the specific question asked.
My specific question, Honorable Speaker, now that we have the CS here,
is
there anything the ministry is doing, Honorable Speaker, to bring down the cost of medication in this country and treatment? Because I think that's a bigger question, Honorable Speaker, in this country.
Okay. Minister, answer the two. Esther, you have two questions, so just hold your horses. You can combine whatever you want to ask within your questions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. On the issue of how long the bodies should be kept and should the documents be kept. Honorable Speaker, as I submitted earlier, before this is done, there is normally a conversation between the family and the hospital, and they agree on a plan. So once the plan is finalized, then the bodies are released or the documents are released to the family. But we shall retreat as a ministry to check into the ones you have said that they have stayed for very long. We are happy to get the specifics so that then we can address it with the hospital. Honorable Speaker, on the cost of treatment, the ministry has shifted focus from focusing on curative nature to now primary health care. Primary health care, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, is to ensure that we focus on prevention of disease. In itself is a way of ensuring that we manage the cost of health care. But furthermore, in terms of the commodities and other health products and technologies, the ministry has reinvented and is working specifically to focus on local manufacturers to ensure that other costs that are lumped on products and technologies, being that they have been brought into the countries, are reduced. And so far, the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency Authority has been able to implement the local manufacturing policy, and close to 50% of the items are now being sourced locally. Chair and honorable members, I submit.
Joshua Kandia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 021 of 2024, and this is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Health. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of all community health promoters in all the 290 constituencies? 2. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the methods used by the ministry to select the said community health promoters across the country? 3. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why drivers are not considered and counted as prone to risk while handling the emergency cases in Kenya? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. The question is for the Minister of Health to provide a list of all community health promoters in the 290 constituencies. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I would like first to begin by saying community health services aim at empowering individuals, families, and communities to take charge of their health. Community health services are delivered by the community health promoters at the household level. And some of the services that they provide is health education and promotion, disease prevention and control, and this is to reduce morbidity, disability, and mortality, family health services, environmental health, provide first aid, psychosocial support, and managing the general health data. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, community health promoters are assigned approximately 100 households which they visit on a routine basis. Each community health unit has 10 community health promoters. There is a community health committee that oversees the affairs of a community health unit. Each community health unit comprises of 5 to 7 members drawn from among the community members. We have a table, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, that has enumerated the community health promoters per county. But we have these names per constituency. Across the nation, we have 107,000 community health promoters. If we were to print, that would be very bulky, but we are able to offer the soft copy specifically for Baringo County, Baringo constituency, and any other constituency that may want to see the list of the community health promoters. On the second question...
For the curiosity of the member, I don't know what he wants to know, but he just sent the soft copy of all the 290 constituencies. He will go through. If he has any issues, he can file a question through the committee.
Okay. Thank you,
go to the second question.
On the second question, explain the method used by the ministry to select the said community health promoters across the country. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the selection of community health promoter is guided by Section 9 of the Primary Health Care Act 2023, which defines the criteria for community health promoter as follows. A community health promoter shall be selected by the community through a public participation forum, and they shall be appointed by the county government. A person qualifies for selection and appointment as a community health promoter under subsection 1 if the person is a citizen of Kenya, is above the age of 18 and is of sound mind, is responsible and respected member of the community, understands the role of community health promoter, is a resident of the respective community for a continuous period of not less than 5 years prior to the appointment date, is literate and can read and write in at least one of the national languages and the local language, is not disqualified for appointment office by any other criteria of law. A community health promoter shall be appointed on such terms and conditions as the respective county public service board shall determine. Each county executive committee member shall prescribe in the county legislation and regulations approved by the respective county assembly for the conduct of public participation forum. Section 10 further provides for a framework for the conduct of the public participation during the selection of CHPs. Conduct of public participation. In conducting the public participation forum under Section 9, the county executive committee member shall publish and publicize through the mechanisms established by a county government under Section 95 of the County Governments Act a notice of the proposed selection process at least 7 days before the conduct of the process. They are expected to avail to the residents of the county information regarding the agenda with respect to the selection process, criteria for selection of community health promoter, the process of submitting the nomination for selection, and such other information as the committee member may consider necessary for the effective participation and conduct of the selection process. The public participation shall provide, where necessary, interpretation of services for persons who are not conversant with the national language, where the national language is the principal language of communication during the conduct of the public participation forum. They shall keep and maintain an attendance register for all persons attending the forum. The conduct of public participation forum shall be guided by the principles of citizen participation in counties under Section 87 of the County Governments Act, provision of effective mechanisms for involvement in the public, including special interest groups who will be affected or be interested in the decision. Participants' equitable access to the information they need to participate in a meaningful manner. Establish of an appropriate feedback mechanism, adherence to the national values under Article 10 of the Constitution, adherence to the principles of public participation as may be prescribed by the written law, and ensuring that the needs and interests of all persons are catered for. The transition of existing community health volunteers, health workers to community health promoters. Despite Section 9, a person appointed as a community health volunteer or community health worker at the commencement of the Act shall be deemed to be appointed as a community health promoter under the Act. The third question is to explain why drivers are not considered and accounted as prone to risk while handling emergency cases. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, delivery of universal health coverage, including quality emergency care to all Kenyans, is a priority for the Government of Kenya and the Ministry of Health. Emergency vehicle operators or ambulance drivers play a key role in the delivery of quality emergency care. The Ministry of Health recognizes them, and that they are exposed to diverse risks as they perform their duties. The Ministry of Health is committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of all healthcare personnel working in Kenya. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 states that every Kenyan has the right to the highest attainable standard of health, which includes the right to healthcare services. The Health Act 2017 states that every person has the right to emergency medical treatment, including pre-hospital care. The Social Health Insurance Act of 2023 establishes the Emergency, Chronic and Critical Illness Fund to cover the cost of emergency treatment. The Ministry of Health has developed the Kenya Emergency Care Policy 2020-2030 and Kenya Emergency Care Strategy 2020-2025 to accelerate the development of an effective emergency medical care system for Kenya. The policy and strategy are based on World Health Organization Emergency Care System Framework, which highlights 3 areas where emergency care is provided: at the scene of illness or injury, by bystanders, deliver first aid and call for help from the ambulance service. Further care may be delivered by emergency care personnel when they arrive at the scene. During transport in an ambulance, the patient is monitored, information regarding the patient is communicated to the receiving health facility, and delivery of medical intervention continues. At the health facility, the patient is received by emergency department staff for ongoing care. The Kenya Emergency Care Policy 2020-2030 recognizes the key role played by emergency care personnel, including the drivers. It highlights the shortage of these key personnel in Kenya. The Kenya Emergency Care Strategy outlines the key intervention to increase the numbers of drivers to ensure that they have the knowledge, skills required to deliver quality service to Kenyans while minimizing the risk to themselves, to the patients, and to other personnel and other road users. And the key interventions are development of a standardized curriculum for training of these drivers, establishment of a standardized framework for regulation, licensing, and continuous professional development of emergency ambulance drivers, institution of norms and standards for staffing all levels of emergency care. The ministry intends to roll out a holistic program to enhance capacity to motorcycle riders, institution drivers, matatu and lorry drivers on basic first aid and triage, which we have called Afya Barabarani. Training and equipping community health promoters on first aid and joint emergency interoperability principles, that is linking services together. The ministry plans to establish a command and control center linked to ambulance dispatch centers, fire department, police, and all emergency support function. A toll-free number to be provided to all sectors for emergency calls, immediate triage, sorting, and timely response. In 2019, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, developed a minimum ground ambulance requirements. Compliance with these detailed requirements promotes safety for the ambulance drivers and all passengers traveling in an ambulance. In conclusion, the Ministry of Health is committed to delivering quality health services to all Kenyans. This includes the safety and well-being of healthcare personnel, including the ambulance drivers. While a lot remains to be done, and the ministry is committed to delivery of quality training, registration, licensing, and continuous professional development is ongoing for the existing numbers. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Kandia, are you satisfied? Give the mic to Honorable Kandia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am partly satisfied. However, the last question, the CS has not given us whether they are going to be considered as, they are going to be given a risky allowance, drivers, because they are doing the same work the other emergency workers are doing. That is that was my question.
Drivers in the ministry or drivers anywhere?
Emergency drivers.
Or emergency drivers?
Yeah.
Okay.
And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I have a second question which the minister can answer. Can the cabinet secretary tell Kenyans whether county government is paying these community health promoters, or they are relying on national government only?
Minister, take a minute to answer that. We now must move faster.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members. On the issue of risk allowance to drivers, I think that needs to be determined by the Salary and Remuneration Commission, and as a ministry, we will write to get their guidance. On the issue of payment to community health promoters, the national government and the county government have signed an intergovernment participating agreement whereby 50% of the stipend is paid by the national government and 50% of the stipend is paid by the county governments. I want to confirm that the national government is paying the stipends to the community health promoters. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members.
Duncan Madenge. Minister, now we must take a maximum of 5 minutes per question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to ask question number 086 of 2024 to the Cabinet Secretary. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the factors used to determine how much a non-salaried Kenyan citizen ought to pay to SHIF and how regularly they should pay per year? Second question, the second part of the question, could the Cabinet Secretary state the percentage of the salary that employed Kenyans should be deducted from the payslip towards the SHIF and further clarify if there is an upper limit on the contributions? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members. The question is for us to explain the factors used to determine how much a non-salaried Kenyan citizen ought to pay to Social Health Insurance Fund and how regularly they should pay per year. Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, I want to begin by appreciating Honorable Duncan Madenge as a member of the Health Committee. We have been with him in discussions. He has been participating actively in the development of regulations, and he even hosted the Ministry of Health during the public participation of regulations in Nyeri. Section 27 of the Social Health Insurance Act 2023 provides that in case of a household whose income is not derived from salaried employment, an annual contribution of a proportion of household income is determined by the means testing instrument. In the Social Health Insurance General Regulations 2024, this was further explained by Regulation 18, Part 1 to 2, which states that a household whose income is not derived from salaried employment shall pay an annual contribution to the Social Health Insurance Fund at a rate of 2.75% of household income as determined by the means testing instrument as per Regulation 21. The factors to be considered by the means testing tool are individual and household characteristics. Individual characteristics include the number of family members, marital status, and the gender of the household head, whereas household characteristics include housing condition, access to services, e.g. electricity and source of water. This means the means testing tool will then run the data and provide the estimated income of a household using consumption data from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. The non-salaried persons will be required to pay annual contribution to curb the use of adverse selection where only the sick pay for insurance. Under question 2, to state the percentage of the salary that employed Kenyans should be deducted from the payslip towards Social Health Insurance Fund and clarify if there is an upper limit on the contribution. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Section 27, Part 2A of the Social Health Insurance Act 2023 provides that in the case of a household whose income is derived from salaried employment, a monthly statutory deduction from the wages or salary by the employer at a rate prescribed by the Act, in tandem with the Act, the Social Health Insurance General Regulations of 2024, Clause 17, Part 1, states that for a household whose income is derived from salaried employment, a monthly statutory deduction to Social Health Insurance Fund at a rate of 2.75% of the gross salary or wage of the household shall be contributed by the 9th day of each month. There is no upper limit on the contribution. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I submit. Thank you.
Speaker, I have a supplementary question.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, going by the explanation given by the Minister, the means testing instrument is an algorithm that will be applied to an assessment done on households. An algorithm is blind to realities. AI is insensitive to real life. And I'll give an example of an elderly lady in Nyeri known as Mama Waziri, who is about 87 years old. She lives in a stone house that has corrugated iron sheets. She is supplied with piped water, and she has a TV. But Mama Waziri has been a widow for the last 27 years. At any one time that we distribute relief food in Roringo Muslim village, she is always #1 on the list. How will this algorithm capture the reality of Mama Waziri's life despite the appearance of her dwellings? The second one, Honorable Speaker, is this 2.75% deduction or payment from the income of households that are not in employment annually in advance, against the 2.75% deduction for people who have a payslip. Isn't this an unfair administrative action where you are charging the same percentage, but one set of residents in this country have to pay monthly deductions and another one has to pay annually? That is discrimination, in my view, which is explicitly prohibited in our Constitution.
Thank you, Sunguli. You'll be the only joyrider there. Give Julius Sunguli the mic. There you are.
Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the Cabinet Secretary for the determination, actually, and that she had put in setting up this new law. She has exhibited a lot of competence in this. As a member of the Health Committee, however, I want to ask the Cabinet Secretary maybe to clarify that there are no regulations as yet, and that tomorrow she's appearing before the Committee on Delegated Legislation to present those draft regulations for passing. And but in a more substantive way, that the minister, and this we have discussed in the Health Committee, can she now admit that actually what she is calling the means testing tool is a very, very complicated tool? Who will actually be carrying out the means testing? And isn't it true, Minister, that the results of this will be very subjective, and that what one person is paying will be very different from what another one will be paying? It's just like sitting on a plane, you don't know what the other customer has paid. Who will be testing? Who will be carrying out these means testing? It's a very, very complicated thing. Why don't we just come up with one flat rate for people to pay?
Minister, can you answer those short questions in a minute or two?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, and thank you, Honorable Madenge. I think we have had this discussion extensively during the development of the regulations. Means testing is a scientific tool that's developed by actuaries and health economists. But I want to confirm that we also have CHPs on the ground who know the real and true characteristic of each of the community members. So this will be put into consideration as well. But I also want to confirm that once a tool is developed, then it is subjected to piloting. That is when then issues that come out of that tool can be responded to. So the adjustments will be done as and we continue and as we implement. On the regulations, Honorable Sunkuli, we were with you when we met the Committee on Delegated Legislation, and we did submit the regulations. They have since been gazetted and submitted to this House for discussions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members.
Ask both your questions. Minister, you'll take question 87 and 88 at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask question number 87 of 2024. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the measures taken by the government to equip hospitals to test and treat H. pylori? Part 2. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide statistics detailing the number of persons tested and treated for H. pylori in public hospitals? Question 88 of 2024. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the measures taken by the government to provide surgical operations and medications for patients suffering from fistula but who cannot access medical cover? Part 2. Could the Cabinet Secretary state whether the Social Health Insurance Fund, SHIF, would cover surgical procedures and treatments for patients suffering from fistula? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. We need to explain the measures taken by the government to equip hospitals to test and treat Helicobacter pylori, which is commonly known as H. pylori. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, currently in Kenya, H. pylori is tested using rapid antibody or antigen kits, which is not invasive as endoscopy with biopsy, and are also called point-of-care tests. Hospitals source for these kits independently or from Kenya Medical Supplies Authority for level 4 facilities and above. The ministry, however, is currently reviewing the specification of the test kits available with a view to including them in the laboratory essential diagnostic list. In level 4 to 6, biopsies are also done during endoscopy, which is an invasive procedure and requires specialized skill to perform it. The Kenya guidelines recommend that patients with H. pylori are treated using a combination of antibiotics and proton pump inhibitors. These medicines are listed in the Kenya Essential Medicine List of 2023 and are stocked by Kenya Medical Supplies Agency. The list guides counties and KEMSA in the procurement and distribution of medicines to various levels of care. According to the list, the proton pump inhibitors should be available in level 3 and level 4 facilities, while the antibiotics of choice are listed to be available in level 4. KEMSA also stocks the triple therapy kit, a kit comprising the 3 medicines for treatment of H. pylori, which is drawn by the counties for level 4 facilities and above. Part 2 provides statistics detailing the number of persons tested and treated for H. pylori in public hospitals. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the statistics available are for the number tested for H. pylori and those tests that have turned positive. According to reported data from the Kenya Health Information System in facilities, that is faith-based, private and public facilities, in 2023, about 1 million tests were conducted with a test positivity rate of 26%, of which 500,000 were performed in the public hospitals with a positivity rate of 22%. There is no specific data on the number of patients treated for H. pylori, but as digitization of the health system continues, the data will be available in future. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I submit on that question. On the second question, explain the measures taken by the government to provide surgical operations and medication for patients suffering from fistula but who cannot access medical cover. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the government, through the Ministry of Health and the Social Health Authority, has developed a benefits package of entitlements that beneficiaries will be receiving. This benefits package has been gazetted under the 3rd schedule of the Social Health Insurance General Regulations of 2024. The package of health intervention is comprehensive and includes the management of fistula. Furthermore, it takes care of neglected women's diseases, which include pelvic inflammatory disease, breast lumps, pregnancy complications, myomas, amongst other conditions. The Social Health Authority will reimburse providers or hospitals who provide these services to our women and girls. Part 2 of the question, state whether Social Health Insurance Fund will cover surgical procedure and treatment for patients suffering from fistula. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the Social Health Insurance Fund will comprehensively cover surgical procedures and management of patients suffering from fistulas and will ensure the promotion and prevention of fistulas through the provision of quality health care. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I invite members to look at the third schedule of the Social Health Insurance General Regulations of 2024. The benefits package has been defined. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I submit. Thank you.
Esther Passaris, you are satisfied?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to through the Speaker, CS, I want you to understand that when you look at H. pylori, when a woman goes to a hospital or a facility and she's having severe motion and stomach cramps and pain, and she needs to conduct tests, if she doesn't have NHIF or if she has NHIF, she is going to be asked for some money to conduct that test. The fact that she won't have the money to conduct that test, she will go home with untreated H. pylori. Now, at the moment, I've just checked with the public, with the Mama Lucy Hospital, the drug is actually out of stock. But what I want to say is, if H. pylori is untreated, and the government doesn't take it seriously in terms of making sure that we do random testing of society and of the communities to see where it's prevalent and what treatments can be happen, like we treat any other ailment, what's going to happen? We're going to deal with a lot of ulcers and stomach cancers. There could be a correlation between the increase in cancers of the colon because of untreated H. pylori. So for me, I was trying to get a global picture on whether the Ministry of Health sees H. pylori and the resultant illnesses, if it's untreated, as an issue, and if we have any plans to go to the public and test. Because amongst my friends, about 2-3 months ago, almost 6 of us all had H. pylori at the same time. So I'm beginning to think that it's prevalent, and we need to make an assessment of what's going on in the grassroots. When it comes to NHIF and fistula, fistula for me is, even though it's not life-threatening, it actually reduces the dignity of the lives of the women who suffer from fistula. I know that Kenyatta National Hospital offers the fistula surgeries with NHIF. Majority of the women who suffer from fistula do not have NHIF, so they're actually out there suffering. And when it comes to making sure that everybody is covered by SHIF going forward, I want to make a suggestion, Mr. Speaker, a suggestion on innovative financing. Because right now, you have not been able to get every Kenyan to actually sign up for NHIF, even at 500 shillings per household per month. So when we're going to SHIF, even if you're going to lower it and say it's X amount, I really believe that I agree with Mr. Honorable Madenge that getting them to pay it lump sum in the beginning would not work. I would like to take you to innovative financing through transactional tax. Maybe it will be easier for us to consider that, because that was used to raise money for vaccines by putting a tax on business class tickets and economy tickets by certain countries that came up, and that's why we get vaccines at a low price. So if you actually put an innovative tax of X%.
You are making a speech. Ask your question.
Yeah, but I just wanted to know whether the ministry was looking at innovative tax as an option to raising getting the people that cannot afford to pay lump sum to actually join SHIF through a tax on either their power bills or their mobile calls, because that's the way to make them actually not feel the burden and actually to loop everyone in to be to actually have the medical cover. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Minister, you hear the passion of the Nairobi women rep. You agree with her?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Honorable Passaris is my friend, and on many occasions she has come to bring me ideas of what we need to do at different levels. The issue of out of stock of the drug for H. pylori at Mama Lucy, I think we have the drug at KEMSA. So then that is a supply chain issue between how stocks or products move from KEMSA to other facilities. But that can be looked at, and I would defer then the question to the governor of Nairobi, so that then they are able to explain the discrepancy, why the gap that we have the drugs at KEMSA, but they are not available at Mama Lucy. On the issue of fistula, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, one of the things that we need to do is to educate, because the most prevalent source of fistula is for young girls who get pregnant and their organs are not yet mature really to hold babies. That is how they end up then with fistula in most cases. So it's to empower girls, especially from the less privileged, so that then they can go to school, they can understand what are the repercussions of some of these things, and so that we get a sustainable solution to it. We also understand, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, that there are many factors to cancer.
Hold, Minister. Yes, Esther, is there a problem?
Honorable Speaker, with due respect, during the time of the pandemic, we had over 300,000 girls that were defiled, all right, and became pregnant. So those girls actually, because safe abortion is not permitted, and we've not released the regulations and trained people on safe abortion, what happens is those girls are forced to actually have those children and end up with fistula. So we should actually not look at behavioral circumstances leading to fistula. A lot of the people that suffer from fistula today is from sexual gender-based violence, and young girls having fistula is because of rape and defilement. So we need to make sure that we provide fistula operations, or we provide safe abortions for the young girls who are 10, 11, 12 and cannot. And the only reason we cannot provide safe abortions right now is because we have not released the regulations of safe abortions, and yet abortion is permitted by law when the doctor sees that the patient should have safe abortion. So at the moment, I think it's wrong to assume that it is behavioral characteristics of a girl that leads to fistula. I know lots of women who have delivered and they have small passages and they still have fistula, and those who are probably in marriages. So the women that I'm dealing with right now that have fistula are married women, and it can come through surgical procedures gone wrong too, and inflammations through UTIs.
You've made your point. Minister?
Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I do understand, being a woman, the passion of Honorable Esther Passaris on this issue. But I want to confirm that as the ministry, we are guided by the Constitution. And thankfully, we are speaking in the House that is responsible for making the laws. So as it stands, abortion in Kenya is not allowed unless it is determined that the life of the mother and the child are at risk, and that has to be determined by a medical practitioner. So when that is amended, then the ministry will be able to take action based on that. But I want to thank Honorable Passaris and invite her to my office so that we can have deeper conversations. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members.
Last on this, Wamchomba. Member for Githunguri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 1010 to the Cabinet Secretary for Health. Could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether the National Health Insurance Fund, that is NHIF, has ceased remitting funds to private hospitals for provision of free maternity services? And if so, what steps are being taken to ensure continued access to these services by pregnant women, and particularly from low-income backgrounds? 2, explain the measures taken to ensure the continued operation and access to free maternity services under the Linda Mama initiative, particularly in the light of Social Health Insurance Fund, yet to be fully implemented. And 3, provide details on how the Social Health Insurance Fund will facilitate comprehensive access to reproductive health care for women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. This is the question that ties up to the question that had been asked by Honorable Zamzam, and I wish to respond as follows. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the free maternity services are financed by the Exchequer through National Hospital Insurance Fund on a fee-for-service arrangement. The fund has not ceased remitting funds to private hospitals for provision of these services, and mothers continue to get services from contracted facilities. Facilities in turn bill National Health Insurance Fund thereafter. However, there has been a delay in remittance of exchequer from the National Treasury. The Ministry has engaged the National Treasury for release of 4.098 billion owed under the Linda Mama scheme. The Ministry has this week received a confirmation from Treasury on release of a total of 5.5 billion for NHIF, and of these, 2.5 billion is for Linda Mama. If we receive this 5.5 billion within this week, then payment of claims for Linda Mama will start from next week. On the second issue, explain measures taken to ensure the continued operation and access to free maternity services under Linda Mama initiative, particularly in the light of Social Health Insurance Fund yet to be fully implemented. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the government enacted the Social Health Insurance Act 2023 to provide a framework for improved health outcomes and financial protection in line with the right to health and universal health coverage. The Act establishes the Social Health Authority that will manage the Primary Health Care Fund, Social Health Insurance Fund, and the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illness Fund. Maternity services have been provided as part of the scope of the benefits package to be accessed under Social Health Authority. To access the benefits package under Social Health Authority, all Kenyans are expected to register with Social Health Authority in line with the Social Health Insurance General Regulations of 2024. Benefits under SHA will start to be accessed from the 1st of July 2024. However, NHIF continues to operate, so there is no gap, and we are ensuring that there is a seamless transition. The government also recognizes that we have low-income households who may not be able to raise the minimum amount of 300 shillings for Social Health Authority. The government will, in this regard, pay premiums for these households who may include pregnant women in order to enable them access maternity services. This is in line with Section 27, Part 2C of the Act, which provides that in the case of households in need of financial assistance, as determined by the government at a rate appropriated by Parliament and county assemblies for that purpose, as prescribed under this Act. Part 3, provide details on how the Social Health Insurance Fund will facilitate comprehensive access to productive health care for women. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Social Health Authority will facilitate comprehensive access to reproductive health care for women by providing explicit listed benefits accessible at Level 2 and Level 3 health facilities and at no cost to the member through the Primary Health Care Fund, which is fully financed by the government. A list of the benefits package of maternity services to be accessed through Primary Health Care Fund and Social Health Authority has been annexed to this presentation, and we shall leave it behind. Some of the benefits include access to family planning, antenatal care, pre- and post-delivery visits, deliveries, that is normal delivery and cesarean sections, complications related to deliveries. Just before and after the launch of the benefits package, the authority will invest in massive communication campaigns to inform mothers and all Kenyans of their entitlement to these benefits. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I am aware that some members are thinking that Linda Mama has been scrapped and therefore there is no benefit for women. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I wish to confirm that myself, I am a mother of 2, and indeed, I am aspiring to be a mother of 5. Therefore, the existence of Linda Mama will therefore ensure that all benefits under Linda Mama are ring-fenced, not just for myself as an aspiring mother, but for all the women of this country. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I submit. Thank you.
Mshomba. Let the questioner.
Thank you, Mr.
have the
Speaker.
first bite.
I appreciate that we have gotten some response from the Cabinet Secretary concerning Linda Mama, and indeed congratulate her for aspiring to be a mother of 5 in the near future, and wish you well. However, Mr. Speaker, yesterday morning I visited a facility, a private facility in Kiambu County, after a few women alerted me that they have been apprehended in hospital because they were not able to pay for their medical care after delivery, and they held with them an NHIF card, which was not admissible. I had to plead with the hospital to allow the mothers to leave the facility and gave my personal guarantee that should they not be able to take care of their bills, I will do so as a mother. And therefore, when the minister tells us that she acknowledged that there has been a delay of remittance of some fund from Exchequer to some private facilities, she's right. And she says she's hopeful that that remittance is going to be done as soon as possible. She says this week. So the question is, what remedy should you give to such a mother who called me yesterday? What is she supposed to do when she goes to a hospital to deliver, noting that babies don't wait for next week for Exchequer to pay for the money? What remedy does the minister provide for that mother of Kenya who is now in hospital to deliver, has a card, and it is not admissible in private facility? Thank you.
The first joyrider, Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I just want to inquire from the Minister. I recall on the 8th of June in 2022, the then Deputy President, William Ruto, gave a pledge that under his administration, new mothers will get 3 months' supply of diapers upon delivery. From what I know in Nyamira County, I have never seen that happen. So I just want to know, is this a pledge that drank water? Thank you.
Yes, Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me begin by thanking the Minister for having gotten two ready for this session. I've been following very keenly. Congratulations with the team. Number one, as a question, Honorable Speaker, the Minister should know that we have a lot of touch with the ground. Is she aware that the NHIF in particular, riding on the question by Honorable Muchomba, has not paid hospitals since July 2023, and I wanted to speak on that. And that today, some hospitals are actually turning away NHIF cards, especially for our teachers. And I've been given examples here already, like some of the hospitals, but I wouldn't want to mention them because of the privacy policy. Please, that's my question.
Isula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And also, let me take this opportunity to congratulate Madam CS, because listening to her, she seems to have done her homework and also knows her stuff in the quality of answers that she has given to us to the questions. I just want to ask the CS, in terms of ensuring there is a smooth transition, because, you know, Kenyans are talking about they don't have a problem with the taxes or deductions being made, but they want to get the services of the monies that are being deducted or the taxes that they are paying. What measures have you put in place as a ministry and also as a fund to ensure that there are no lapses like the one we are seeing, especially with our mothers, when they go to the hospital? Secondly, the last question is that there's been this monster called cartels. You know that NHIF, why we're moving from NHIF to SHIF, is because we want to deal with the cartels and not face the challenges that NHIF is facing now. So I'd just like to hear briefly what measures have been put in place by the ministry to ensure that we don't get any excuses in what Kenyans expect to get, and what is this monster called cartels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, CS. And I also want to congratulate her for the strong show she has shown this evening on the questions that were asked and the quality of answers she has given. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask the Cabinet Secretary. There's an issue of cancer centers in this country, and cancer is an issue that is of national importance. We have three, yes, we have 3 cancer centers in this region, Mr. Speaker, that are manned by the county government. That is Mombasa, Garissa, and Nakuru. They are all failing to offer services. And I was asking whether the minister can consider that those centers be referred back to the national government for service delivery. And considering that NHIF today is not able to accept the cards that patients are taking again to those same facilities, those facilities are actually dying, and I'm requesting the minister to consider that these facilities are reverted back to the national government for management purposes. Thank you.
Last, Karoli Omondi. Mudhoni, you also have a question? Karoli, quick one.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to know from the Honorable Minister whether her ministry has a plan to do a review of the impact of devolving medical services in terms of whether they've improved services, whether they've improved the terms and conditions of service for doctors, whether the element of insurance is working. Because my experience is, around the world, the countries that have the best medical systems have unitary systems, like NHS in England. Those that don't have, like in the US, medical services are in very poor, sorry state. Or if you go to the Scandinavian, where there's collectivization of insurance, everybody collects tax, there's one unitary medical supply system. So I'm just wondering whether there's a plan to do an audit, a holistic audit together with the county governments on the impact of devolving medical services. Thank you very much.
Mudhoni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, I want to round the CS Health. She's well prepared, and I'm sure she has tackled a lot of issues that members had. Honorable Speaker, I just have two concerns. One, as we shift from NHIF going to the new shift, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that when you go to an health facility, the services that you get there are seamless? Honorable Speaker, I'm asking this in relation to where many a times you go to a health facility and you are told to wait for what they call pre-authorization. Honorable Speaker, sometimes it's an emergency and you see family members helpless and not knowing what to do because that pre-authorization takes ages. Number two, Honorable Speaker, we have various entities like the teachers who would contribute to this scheme and every other worker. Honorable Speaker, what guarantee is there that when they attend any facility that is next to where they require services, they will be attended to instead of being told just fill 2 hospitals where you'll be attending, and you are not static, and sickness will not wait for you to go to the nearest station to your home. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, but congratulations to the CS Health.
Farah Maalim. Give Farah the mic. There's one next to you.
Oh, yes, yes. I want to join my other colleagues in congratulating the minister for making a serious effort. I know this is the beginning, and there's going to be a lot of conversation on this issue. But I want to ask the minister whether the ministry has ever considered something akin to what they call in the UK National Health Services. We have a Teacher Service Commission in the country. We need something that encompasses the entire health, that looks at the quality of training, that looks at the training of doctors, nurses, physiotherapists, everybody, employment, and all that in a holistic manner. Because we have a situation, Mr. Speaker, in which a consultant surgeon who had a straight A in his Form 4 and went through university and did 16 years of education will be interviewed by an MCA who has got a D+. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we need to give the weight that we need to give to this very critical sector, because these are the people we are going to entrust with our lives. we need to look at this thing in a holistic manner, whether it's going to be looking at the Constitution also, and look at how we can have a body that runs this thing, a body that essentially is going to be involved in the employment, in the benefits, in the etiquettes, in all those things, the integrity of that, what they Hippocratic, they call it Hippocratic oath that the doctors take. And we can have these things similar to the way we have it in the Teacher Service Commission right now, and the way they have it in the UK in the National Health Services, and a number of European countries. We don't have to reinvent the wheel again. Do have that. I do understand that our Constitution of 2010, when both me and you were in this Parliament, there are a lot of things that needs to be changed. I'm having experienced this now for 10 years. Can we look at it in that holistic manner, and the Minister give us an undertaking? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An undertaking on that possibility itself. Thank you.
Beatrice, I want to close here.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I'll be very brief. Mr. Speaker, in terms of, first of all, to appreciate Waziri so much for clarity in the many issues she has answered. But then, this issue of NHIF with missionary hospitals, the private hospitals, we need to look at it, because I will tell you, Waziri, there is this mama right now at Mary Immaculate here on Gatanga Road. When she went to Mbagathi, she was sent back there for CS. She has an NHIF card. She can't use it. She has been detained in hospital as much as she has paid her bills. So it is important to have a conversation together with the private hospitals to see how we unlock this issue of NHIF with them.
Thank you. Minister, can you respond quickly to those?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. I appreciate the question. The first question from Honorable Wamshomba on the remedy. That is the instant remedy as we speak. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the crisis that we are in is affecting the health sector. But I also want to confirm, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, that level 2 facilities, that is the dispensaries, that are manned by the nursing officers are functional. Level 3 facilities, the health centers, are equally functional. Where this crisis has hit us most is on level 4, level 5, and level 6, where the specialized services are needed. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, we have put in place mechanism to ensure that emergency care that is required is given in all the national referral hospitals. But with the meetings that we have had with governors, we have asked them to also put in place measures to ensure that should a mother need emergency care or any Kenyan need emergency care, they should be attended to. Administrative actions have been taken, including employing some doctors on short-term contracts, including employing some locums to be able to fill the gap. So, as a ministry, we have put in our best effort to ensure that the services are being provided, but we acknowledge the crisis that is at hand. And that is why, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I would like to plead to the doctors of this country that their life is most important. With the monies, negotiations can always be done. If today you don't get it and circumstances improve tomorrow, a doctor will be able to be paid. But if we lose a life, we will not be able to recover that life. So I would like to speak to the doctors, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, that they come back and comply with the court order and suspend the strike and give these talks a chance so that we get amicable solutions. On the question raised by Honorable Mayaka on the diapers for mothers, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I would like to confirm that the Kenya Kwanza government had a huge manifesto and there is a plan on delivering of the manifesto. Quite a number of the items that were listed in the manifesto have been achieved. Implementation of a manifesto is progressive. And I want to say, as a ministry, we are seized of that matter. And at the opportune time, when resources are allocated, And thankfully, I'm speaking in the House that oversees resource allocation. Once we get the resources for diapers, we shall be able to give them to mothers. But I want to confirm that this Kenya Kwanza government is committed to implementing its manifesto. The question raised by Honorable Malemba on the transition from NHIF to Social Health Authority, yes, there's a lot of anxiety across the country. Many people, and even facilities, are thinking that maybe their claims will not be paid. But I want to confirm to the nation that we have a transitional committee whose terms of references is one, to ascertain the claims, to reconcile the claims, so that the assets and liabilities of NHIF will be moved to Social Health Authority. Any claim that will not have been paid by the time we transit on the 1st of July will be taken over by the Social Health Authority. So I want to appeal to facilities, those who are denying Kenyan services, that your claims will be verified, reconciled, and paid once resources are available. And I have just confirmed, Honorable Speaker and members, that this week we have received confirmation from Treasury of release of 5.5 billion. That is going to go towards payment of claims. On the question raised by Honorable Naisula regarding the services, what are we going to do to ensure that services are ring-fenced under the Social Health Authority? Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Social Health Authority is 90% digitized. And the reason why it is 90% digitized is to ensure that we remove the risks that existed in the National Health Insurance Fund that enabled or was able to oversee leakage of revenues and leakage of resources from National Health Insurance Fund. We have a digitized system that is able to ring fence, and equally in the new laws, we now have free primary health care under level 1, 2, and 3. That is going to be provided without a Kenyan having to pay anything. But once they are referred to level 4 and other level 5 and 6, then their Social Health Insurance Act fund kicks in to take care of them. The issue of cartels, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, is an issue of the system and governance. And that we are working on it. We have been able to demonstrate through KEMSA on what we have been able to do. Equally through the National Health Insurance Fund, the governance issue, we have taken care of it. Under the Social Health Authority Act, the board was carefully selected. We are going to do a careful selection of all the people who will work in that institution. But we should get the comfort of having a digitized system that is free from any manipulation to ensure that then systems run as envisaged. On the question of the cancer centers, and I want to acknowledge that indeed the national government gave these cancer centers. And like especially in the case of Garissa County, it is the county that came asking the ministry to ensure they hand over quickly the cancer center. And that was done. But we have received reports, including the Committee of Health, which visited that, and we have a report at the Ministry of Health. And we are in discussion of how then we support those regional cancer centers. Because we cannot arbitrarily say that now we bring them back to the national government, but we can get into a framework of management, because management of those equipment is capital intensive, and therefore we want to get into an agreement with the county governments on how we can jointly do that. On the issue of whether we have done a survey or not, we have the Kenya Demographic Survey that is done after every 5 years. And Honorable Speaker and members, I want to confirm that under the devolved system of government, we have positive outcomes on health. For example, the maternal mortality rate has reduced. The infant mortality rate has reduced. And there is clear indication that even the distances that were being traveled by Kenyans to access services have reduced based on the health facilities that have been put in place by the county governments. Having said that, I think there's an opportunity then for us to have a national conversation on all these areas, especially the other functions that are being done by the county government, and see then how best we remedy if there are gaps in implementation. On the issue raised by Honorable Modoni, as a ministry, we did gazette the transitional committee, and we expect there to be a seamless transition. However, we know that there could be challenges here and there, and the biggest risk we have identified as a ministry is the unpaid claims. So we are in discussion with National Treasury to ensure that these claims are paid, so that then they do not impede the transition from NHIF to Social Health Authority. But also want to confirm that under Social Health Authority, there is no pre-authorization that is needed for emergency care. If you need emergency care, there is no pre-authorization that should be provided. Under the existing National Health Insurance Fund, there was selection of facilities, and that is one of the items that we dispensed with in the Social Health Authority. There is no more selection of facilities by Kenyans. If you are registered to get services wherever and whenever you are. And we are going ahead with digitization to integrate all services and ensure that there is movement and portability of patient data, that should a patient want to move from one facility to the other, they do not have to carry exercise books, they do not have to remember anything, they'll find their data available at their next level of service. And equally, the ideal situation is that patients should be able to manage their information on their mobile phones. And that is an ideal situation that we hope to move to into the future. The question from Honorable Farid, Health Services Commission. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I think this has been a question generally in the public, but the creation of Health Services Commission is beyond the mandate of the Ministry of Health. But I want to believe that during this time, during this crisis, when we have all of nation approach, we are going to listen to all suggestions, and if indeed it's determined that Health Services Commission is the cure of the perennial issues that we have, I believe the responsible arms of government will then be able to start a conversation. But having said that, the Kenya Kwanza government operationalized the Kenya Health Human Resource Advisory Council. It is meant to be able to manage the human resource for health, be able even to manage the distribution of different cadres across the counties. And all we need is resources to finance that. On the question of Honorable Beatrice Elachi, I have already confirmed that we have an issue with the claims. But I want to believe that once we receive these resources that we are expecting this week, from next week we start payment. But Honorable Speaker, also to confirm that payment of claims is a continuous exercise. Last year only, NHIF paid out a total of 36 billion in terms of claims. So this is a continuous exercise that will continue, but where we have specific cases as a ministry, we are ready and we shall be looking into the specific issues that have been raised so that we handle them. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I would like to confirm that the Kenya Kwanza government has a plan on delivering UHC. And as a ministry, we have clarity on what we need to do to deliver universal health coverage. We have worked on the commodities through the reforms at KEMSA. We have worked on financing through the laws that we have put in place. And we had already started working on human resource for health. Unfortunately, this crisis came in, but I want to believe that it is an opportunity for the Ministry of Health to be able to resolve the HRH issues for once and for all. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Members. Thank you, Minister. That is the end of question time. You and your team are released. Next order.
Order number 9, the National Land Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2023, second reading, resumption of debate.
I'm told Honorable Zamzam was on the floor. Can you wipe the screen so that I see who the new interests are? Beatrice Elachi, you want to speak to this? Carolo Mondi, okay. We'll start with Beatrice Elachi. Carolo, you better log in. Don't see you on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this amendment bill by Honorable Owen Bayer. And Mr. Speaker, in the amendments, what the member is requesting is to see how, because of the crisis that is in the ministry or in the commission right now, that the 5 years has lapsed and now they need more 5 years to come in so that they are able to continue with their mandate. But Mr. Speaker, when you look at that, which is a good idea, yes,
But also it means we are just going back to the old where we used to have the open end of where at many years the same injustices we've been speaking in the Ministry of Land and all that will just come back. So the best that we can do, as much as we are supporting, is to give back the 5 years, we review what is there, and they proceed the way they have been working. Because if we just open, it means anyone also can just come in. The ministry will start having this, it will become an overlapping issue with the ministry, with the commission. We won't even know now where to move. So as much as I support it, I want us to be very clear that we will go back on what the Constitution intended and review and just give the commission the 5 years they need to continue with their work. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is that while we are doing all this, and while even we are talking about the issues of land, the injustices, the biggest injustices we are finding ourselves, and I have kept on crying, is the schools that we have in Nairobi, where the titles, when you look at them, you are asking yourself, how did the title of a school find itself with estates inside, with people, they are the ones who man and hold all the huge systems that we have of Safaricom. So you find Safaricom just paying other people, not even the schools itself. And when you go for the titles, like now, I've just seen some recommendation from the Ministry of Land that says the title in 2017 of Lavington Primary School, Mr. Speaker, was, there was one person, Kemson, who were trying to fight to say part of it is their title. But then it was revoked in 2017. Now my question is, if it was revoked in 2017, why are we back again in conflict with the same team? So for me, even as we look at all this, and it's like we wait until the end is when we come rushing into Parliament to look at all these things, and yet it is in the Constitution. We knew very well in 5 years they will have a crisis. But we have waited until it is lapsed is when we are coming, Mr. Speaker. And so in this time, you can imagine how many things are now moving around and being done in the wrong way. So for me, Mr. Speaker, what we need to ask ourselves in the amendments that we have of Oyon Baya is that, one, let us relook at the mandates. Let us stop this conflict we have created where the ministry is becoming more powerful even than the Land Commission. And then you find yourself again back to the same challenges we used to face. Somebody else, the file is hidden. I have been looking for this file of Lavington Primary. We have looked for the last 2 years. We've walked a journey in the ministry. And I just want to thank CS Alice Wahome. When she has come is when now things have started also moving out very fast. So for me, even as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, this issue of land, the land injustices, private land, public land, the big crisis we face in Nairobi is the public land that people have just taken, Mr. Speaker, until you can't even know which is public land, which is private land, how is a title in a zigzag manner, in a W manner, and you're wondering why is townhouses in the school, and yet you are being told that is how the title is. As we look at that amendment, Mr. Speaker, we want also this House to come up with a clear resolution of all our schools and to go back and look at the map of these schools in a proper way, the way the deed was, and tell ourselves, how did we end up losing so much land that was meant, a primary school in Nairobi was meant to have a secondary school, Mr. Speaker. Today we can't. And even if we have, we are squeezing them because people have taken this land. And when you go for the title itself, you find yourself in a crisis with Nairobi.
What's your point of order, Honorable KJ?
Mr. Speaker, as you would appreciate, the last thing I would want to do is to interrupt my very good neighbor, the Honorable Beatrice Elachi, especially when she's making such an important point regarding school land in Nairobi. And Mr. Speaker, that would point us to the weighty nature of the matter that is on the floor before us, knowing how critical land issues are. And it is on that rostrum, Mr. Speaker, that I stand on Standing Order number 35, calling upon the chair, because I would imagine that the chair is blind to the situation, calling the situation of the House to the attention of the Speaker to see what our quorum looks like and to make a decision, Mr. Speaker, pertaining to the quorum issue as is provided for in Standing Order number 35. So, Honorable Speaker, I am very apologetic to the Honorable Beatrice Elachi, and I know she has the right to continue and complete her contribution, but I wanted to call the attention of the chair to the situation of the quorum in the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Indeed, yes, it's abundantly clear that we not only don't have a quorum, but we do have, I don't know how many people, is it 5 or 6 people in there? Please, can you ring the quorum bell, please? Ring the quorum bell. And ring it for 10 minutes. Honorable members, there being no quorum, the time being 6:41 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 18th of April 2024 at 2:30 p.m.